And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine,
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want. But I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Practitioners that, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, in some cases, people really were
This is too much sometimes.
From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. Or I can do it the old way. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Yes, indeed, this is End of Days Radio, coming at you since 2012, I believe. And here we are. It is Friday, December 22nd, in the year of our Lord 2023. Yes, this is the Christmas episode of our show, the winter solstice episode, the Saturnalia episode. And I thank you so much for joining us here live. As you know, the live show is what it's really all about. I know many, many people listen to us on everything that's out there, from Google Play Store to Spotify to iHeartRadio to BitChute. We're on everything and everything these days. Anything and everything. We're everywhere, which is good. We're even on a lot of smaller feed sites and things like that nobody's ever heard of and nobody listens to. And that's fine too. Because you never know. You never know how many people are listening on those websites or apps, whatever you want to call them. Today's guest is none other than Barbara With. She's an international peace activist, award-winning author and publisher, psychic channel, composer and performer, workshop facilitator, and inspirational speaker. She's the co-founder of Conflict Revolution, a revolutionary way to resolve conflicts of the psyche based on her work channeling Albert Einstein. Barbara teaches and trains conflict resolution in the classroom and on Zoom, and lectures on her Einstein's unified field theory, maps of human consciousness, and the science of compassion. And we will be asking her about all of these things in a moment here. But I also wanted to let you know to go to endofdaysradio.com. As per usual, we always talk about this, where you can donate to the show. Definitely need those donations. This show basically survives on your donations. That's what keeps the servers up, keeps the lights on for me, makes it so that I can keep broadcasting as much as I possibly can for you guys. Of course, I do work a 9-to-5 job, which means I really need the donations so that I can hopefully just do this show someday and be able to do at least a bi-weekly, if not tri-weekly, if not a daily program for all of you. In the meantime, I'll try to do what I can to come on here and do a very long show for you guys. That's the most I can do right now. But your donations definitely help make everything bigger and better. And thank you, thank you, thank you to everybody who has donated in the past. You guys make this possible. And also, you can email me at danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com if you'd like to be on the show, have a guest you'd like to suggest, have comments, opinions, hate, emails are fine. Just please email me at danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. And don't forget to stay tuned after our guest, because there's a lot of stuff going on in the news. There's a lot of weird things I've noticed this past week. And of course, we will talk sports at the very end of our program. Stay tuned for Dr. Robert's segment 2, the Down the Rabbit Hole Rabbit Kill Squad. I believe that's what he's calling it now. We'll have to get back with him about that. But until then, let's go ahead and bring on today's guest.
Hey, Daniel.
Hi, Barbara. How are you?
Good. How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
Doing excellent. Happy holidays to you.
And the same to you and your listeners.
Thank you. Everybody appreciates that very much. And I do want to start off this interview. I like to do things old school and just go to the very beginning. Where are you from originally?
You know, I was born in Chicago, but I grew up in Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. What was it like there?
Minneapolis is a great town to grow up in. There's like right in the city itself, there's 40 lakes. You know, Minnesota is the land of 10,000 lakes. So it was a lot of nature and growing up close to water, at least. It's a great city, very progressive.
Yeah. Did you do any fishing?
All the time. Lots of fishing.
All the time. Was that kind of what
Yep.
went on there?
Well, it's what went on with me on a regular basis when my sister introduced me to fishing at a young age, right in the city, and then all over the state, and became, yeah, quite a fisherwoman.
Awesome. What were you catching?
Oh gosh, you know, mostly bass and panfish, and sometimes fishing for northerns, but mostly bass.
Bass fishing is so much fun.
Yeah, not as good as eating as the panfish, but you get a nice honey hole, and it was great fishing. Who knew we'd be talking about that?
One more fishing question. What were you using as bait?
You know, sometimes it would be if I was going for the panfish, it would be worms, and then um, for the northerns and the bass, we'd have some minnows, and then I had some flies sometimes.
Oh, nice. Can't go wrong with classic worms.
Yep, nope, nope. So much fun. Gosh, I haven't been fishing in a while.
Now, your parents, whoever raised you, were they religious at all?
You know, my father was the Republican Catholic who didn't go to church, and my mother was the Democratic. We weren't Lutheran, we were Evangelical United Brethren, and she went to church all the time, so I went with her. She was the head of the children's choir. So when I was 5 years old, she drugged me to church and made me start singing, which is how I got introduced to uh, music.
Music's been a big part of things.
Very big part, very large part. In fact, I credit my very early excursions in climbing up onto the piano and beginning to figure out what was what as a very young 5, 6 years old, as the starting of what I considered to be the channeling that led to being able to talk to Einstein. Because music is very intuitive, and the way I used to write music, I started writing music when I was about 12. Is I'd said I'd go out into outer space and I'd listen for the music that was already written, and then I'd bring it through and do the piano parts and the lyrics and etc. So that was really a big part of my life. I wanted to be a rock star from, and I was old enough to hold a hairbrush and sing Heat Wave into it in the basement.
And when did you first realize that either reality wasn't quite how you expected it to be, or at least that things like psychic abilities are in fact a reality?
Oh gosh, that was an unfolding because I grew up in a pretty traumatic household. There was a lot of abuse and sexual abuse and emotional abuse. And so there was dissociation. And that sort of laid the groundwork for doubting like everything, for nothing is really what it seemed. But I remember being very probably around 16 or 17 and having these, I bet you went through this too. You just have these millions of questions, asking the deepest questions about the most unanswerable topics of how life begins or what's in outer space. Or I was always that kind of kid, always asking those questions and thinking those thoughts.
When was the first time you ever channeled anybody?
Well, I started to see a psychic channel, when I was in high school. And only because my friend said, "Hey, you gotta come and see what my mom does." Not because I was looking for psychic advice. I was like, "What does your mom do?" And so we went to her house and she would do these groups, and she'd close her eyes and she said she went into outer space and couldn't remember anything. But she always described herself as this antenna. So there wasn't dead people or aliens or anything. And so when I started channeling that way, it kind of spontaneously automatic writing one day and having this dialogue. So I knew what it was, but it was still surprising that I was engaged in it. But having 10 years or however working with Eunice, I knew what it was. But even then, when I started doing it, I was an antenna. There wasn't anybody else around. So it wasn't until later on when I wanted to do some group channeling. I thought, what would these voices that are coming out of me say to a group of people, sort of a la Edgar Casey or Jane Roberts? And when I started to organize groups with my two friends, Kim and Teresa, they asked in a channeling session, "Who are you?" Which made me uncomfortable because it's like, "They're who?" And the answer was, "You can call us angels." And I thought, "Well, what does that mean, angels?" And the 3 of us talked about it, and we decided we really didn't care who it was because what they were telling us was so profound and so, changing our lives to the positive so much that we didn't really care who it was. So that's kinda how I got into channeling, generally, and now I'm channeling angels. And, once we put out our first book, Diaries of a Psychic Sorority, that's the all our channeling sessions and everything we were learning, these angels had told us they had this revolutionary way for humans to resolve conflict, first within ourselves, that was going to lead to world peace, and they needed humans to test it on. And so we apparently had volunteered to take this information and use it on our conflicts. So my experience as a channel is a little bit different, I think, than 'cause sort of the general psychic channel, uh, kind of just giving information. We were really set out for a mission.
When you first started experiencing this phenomena, was this something that you had to prime yourself for, or was this like an inner dialogue that was just kind of going all the time?
When I started out on my own and went from automatic writing to eventually speaking like Eunice did, Uh, it was really a do-it-yourself project that I didn't have a lot of any except for Eunice through those, you didn't have any real guidance as to how or what I was doing, and so sometimes it a lot of internal dialogue that was hard to maneuver through, like, what is me and what is them, and how do you do that? And there were mistakes that I made. There were things that I channeled that probably really weren't anything more than my ego, but I found that out quickly. So it's really been a learning process the whole way, and the validation that has come is that not so much that I can prove to you that they're angels or that it's this specific person, but that the information they gave us to resolve these inner conflicts, which turned into conflict revolution, works as miraculously as these angels or hoped that it would.
Yeah, me myself, years and years ago, I was of the opinion that, I'll just flat out say it. I did not believe that channeling was real. I thought it was stuff coming from the subconscious. I didn't think that anything that the person didn't know previously could possibly come up through channeling until I had some of these experiences myself, which was completely mind blowing. I'm not going to get too into it, but I did indeed um, get data that was completely different from anything that I ever heard before, and actually led me to researching things. As crazy as that might sound to people out there, but I know what you're talking about, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, so in researching things that you had no idea, in my experience, not only was this whole, "We're gonna give you this process, and we want you to test it to see if it works as miraculously as it does," and then it does, but then, we published our first book, Diaries of a Psychic Sorority, and I got a call from I had a literary agent at the time, and she got a call from a metaphysical tabloid in London who was looking for an interview with Princess Di from Beyond the Grave on the one-year anniversary of her death. And that was the beginning of me going, "Well, okay," you can tell I'm kind of a natural skeptic. It's like, "What how would I do that?" I mean, because I hadn't been the dead people would come to me, and but, so I did that, and it turned out to be really a phenomenal interview. The tabloid didn't want it, but I went on to do more interviews, and in those interviews, Einstein came up. And so that's how I started going on that path. But going back to what you said about all these other people who were coming up to be interviewed, it's kind of just standing up in this process. I didn't know anything about Einstein. I didn't know anything about Freud, really. I mean, I basically knew. But it was only after I had channeled all this information that they were telling me that I not only wouldn't have known, but really didn't have an interest in knowing, to do the research to find out, "Oh, this was really true," and now through the test of time has proven to be true. For example, I did this interview, and this is 1998, so it's years ago, with John Kennedy, who spelled out exactly what happened to him. Now, years later, as all this information has come out, it's pretty much exactly what's so, yeah, it's really mysterious is what it is, and I'm not in a big hurry to try to, like, ruin that mystery. I'm okay with, like, not knowing everything how it works, but still that question, of course.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Would you mind telling us what JFK told you?
Oh, he said that it was a basically, it was a group of both government and non-governmental, uh, it's sort of a mafia type organization that still exists today, and that, of course, there were multiple shooters, and that it was a lot of different things, but because he was a peace activist at that time, and that there were all these financial interests going on in Vietnam at that time that he started out supporting, but then he changed his course. And so, and this kind of mafia was a combination of industry and government and deep state. So it was pretty close to what I've been hearing lately.
Yeah, that sounds, based on what research I've done, that sounds pretty accurate to me.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that happens to a lot of channelers, and I'm sure you get faced with this question more often than you like, but have there been accusations of, I'm just thinking of the movie The Exorcist, where the spirit turns out it's a friend of the little girl calling itself Captain Jack, and it turns out to be a demon named Pazazu. Have any like Christians kind of gotten on your case and accused you of maybe channeling a demon that's deceiving you? Have you gotten that sort of have you had those accusations pointed at you?
You know, along the way, there have been people who might have sort of casually expressed, well, how do you know it's Einstein? Or how do you know it's angels? Because traditionally in the Bible, the devil disguises himself as an angel or what have you. And I haven't had a lot of accusations or people insisting that that's true. Mostly people ask me, and what I say is the realm of spirit is kind of not that much different than the physical world. In the physical world, there's people who will pretend to be something and then deceive you, or there's people who outright want to hurt you, and you have to be careful maneuvering through. Well, it's same is true in spirit. Now, why I don't counter something that's deeper and darker, I'm not really sure, but I've never had any kind of experience that made me think anything other than there was a divine force that was here to help us. As they said, they were here to help us create world peace one person at a time, starting with ourselves. And so, but it's all experiential. You have to intuit, like in real life, is this person, screwing with me, or are they really on the legit? And it's the same way I think of spirit.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. We do have a question coming in from the chat. Skate and Destroy would like to know if JFK happened to mention the Freemasons.
He didn't, not in my interview, but I find that whole thing really fascinating too.
Any theories on what's going on there? Are they communicating or perhaps being led by some sort of spiritual being?
I think there's so much spiritual context to some of the like the just even the basic, like, let's just say the basic foundations of the United States of America. Uh we learned certain things in school growing up. Well, I'm a different age than you are, but I think underneath that there's been a lot of different stuff that's gone on with not such good intentions, or good intentions on the part of, maybe on the part of the Freemasons. There was this sort of generalized good intention that, I'm not completely steeped in Freemasonry, but I've investigated some of it. And I just think people start out thinking it's going to be a good idea, and then it quickly goes off the rails. But sometimes you don't you don't catch it in time to stop going off the rails. It becomes this organization or this movement or this mission. And I do think there's this really powerful kind of dark demonic force behind some of these things, and especially right now in culture.
That's I agree. What can I say? I mean, that sounds pretty accurate to me, especially the Freemasons. I mean, they present themselves as altruistic, but the more you learn about them, for example, a friend of mine, Clint, he told me that they use names of demons for their passwords. That alone is very eye opening. Can we get into the? I wanted to ask you about Einstein's unified field theory.
Yeah. Well, in real life, Einstein sort of rejected quantum physics at the end of his life. He was having a struggle with changing into that, I think, worldview. But I don't think that stopped him from wanting to solve that problem or that question. And for those of your listeners who may not know, that the unified field theory is something that scientists are still looking for to explain how matter behaves on the microcosm the same as it does on the macrocosm. And so far, as I've been following scientific uh, expressions of the unified field theory through various scientists right now, people are getting close to our unified field theory. But Einstein actually delivered to me the unified field theory from Afterlife when I did a book just for him after I published Party of 12, the Afterlife interviews, which you guys can find those books on synergyalliance.llc. After I did Party of 12, I thought I want to do a book just for Einstein. It was the 100-year anniversary of E equals MC squared and his miracle year. And so I channeled a bunch of sessions, and then I took all that transcription and I spent the winter editing. And as I was editing, I would imagine that he was sitting next to me telling me what to do and where to go. And he would say very specifically, he said, Google black holes. And so I would get all this information. And bear in mind, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a physicist. I don't know math. I dropped out of all that in 10th grade. So I'm just following what I'm hearing him tell me. And we're building these maps. And scientists in real life, when Einstein was alive and he was doing these he'd do thought experiments and visuals. He drew this by hand. They would just jot these pictures down on paper. So I was charged with trying to create a representation of what he was telling me. And piece by piece, it was almost like building a nest, like a bird building a nest. I'd have this piece and he'd say, take those terms from black holes and put it here on our map. And piece by piece, he delivered this unified field theory. And in it, he not only showed what he called a map of human consciousness, which means human consciousness is absolutely a piece of the creation of the universe. But then he explained a quantifiable scientific definition of compassion with a capital C as a term that he referred to the fifth fundamental force of the universe. Because there's four fundamental forces now. And he said it's the fifth one. And what it was the creative intelligence that uses the four fundamental forces to impel the creation of the world one time. And that you couldn't really see compassion as a fifth force, just like you can't see electromagnetics, but you see the effect of electromagnetics on energy and what it does. And so compassion had these quantifiable influences on the creation of matter through energy that could be measured. And the whole experience was completely mind-blowing to me, that this information was coming through me, and that he was asking me, one of the ideas he brought forth is that the source of everything, the void and the source, the beginning of everything, is located in the center of the planet, and that the center of the planet is like a black hole, because the core of the planet is spinning so much faster and hotter than the edges of the planet. It's creating a situation like a black hole that's creating and then he went into the maps. And me not knowing anything about science, I was like, you're going to ask me to go in front of people and say that the beginning of all of life and the source is in the center of the planet that's a black hole? Whoa. But as time has passed, I just watched a little while ago a scientist named Brian Greene, who's a string theorist, talk about black holes and said they're not just big spaces in the outer space that are, gobbling up the universe. They can be small. And that he really said the center of the Earth operates like a black hole. So those kinds of things kind of leaves me speechless sometimes.
Well, there's things about that that make a lot of sense to me. I can say, you know, even the accepted science will tell you that like stars, when they start to die, they implode and become a black hole. And there's a theory out there that planets actually become stars, and a brown dwarf star is kind of like the in-between stage between a planet it's a planet that's starting to turn into a sun. That's what some people think. Nibiru might have been from the Zechariah Sitchin, ancient astronaut, ancient alien sort of stuff that's out there. But you hear it from other angles as well. So that would definitely make sense that something like that would be going on, especially considering how mysterious the planet's core is. Like supposedly you can just keep digging and digging and digging, and things all of a sudden start getting very hot. So there would have to be something kind of fueling that furnace, so to speak.
Yeah, and you got that core spinning so hot and so fast, and the electromagnetics that are created, that coming out of what then Einstein says, out of nothing and into everything, to create this sort of beginning. He calls them compilations of consciousness. So what he says is compassion. If you take the root of it, compass, there's three things that compassion with a capital C does. One is that, like a compass that draws circles, it impels energy to step out of nothing and into everything and create this electromagnetic domain that he calls a compilation of consciousness that surrounds all of the mathematics that are going to be me, my compilation, and this physical world that I'm experiencing in the source at the root. And the second thing compassion does is, like a compass that aligns the needle to true north, it aligns all of our compilations to the true north of the planet, so that we're all on the same map. We have the same latitude, longitude, space, time, etc. So we're all operating with that same key.
So this has
And then
something to do with a compass. Like a compass, it always points north. And I mean, I've never been able to sufficiently explain why that is, but there being a spinning ball of electromagnetism in the middle of our planet, that would kind of answer some of those questions.
yeah, and that's why I love these theories, because this isn't, and I don't mind stuff about UFOs and aliens and all that, but these theories are rooted in earth science. And then of course when we get to the human part of it, the biology and the psychiatry, psychology, the neurology, all of the human body sciences, and he puts it together in a way that you start going, wow, wait, that makes so much sense. In interfacing with reality as we think we know it, maybe I should say. So
Has he mentioned anything about gravity, like how it might work?
well, he has a completely different definition of what gravity is than even I think what he came up with. Is what he says is, gravity is our own sort of, it's almost like a fingerprint of vibration. So all of actually reflections and fractals, even they're not pieces of me, but they are. We start out, as mathematics, and then we become this gravitational wave that starts to bring form into all of those mathematics until it reaches the surface of the earth, and it's the lens. But within that process of pulling everything together, all of my particles that are going to become me in this form have this inner gravity, that through that process it's pulling me, attracting me to myself, to give me, it's kind of the inner gravity that holds my form together, or your form or our form, whatever. So he has a little bit different definition he's given us of how that force works. And it might explain why there's been some like mystery about gravity. Like it doesn't have a lot of force, so how can it really be in effect? So this sort of brings a little bit of possibility to that.
Yeah, that actually sounds similar to what some of the data I received when I was kind of experimenting with channeling a little bit. I asked a question about languages, and whatever was speaking to me commented that like when we talk to each other, it actually causes like words can be represented by fractals, and our brains are actually decoding those fractals, and that's why sometimes you could speak a completely different language to somebody and they can kind of understand you a little bit because the fractals are similar or the same in some way.
Right, so you're saying it sort of bypasses the part of the brain that is being kind of compartmentalizing and logically oriented to understand what a language says to the inner knowing, that's reflected in the inner knowledge that's embedded within us before it becomes language.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like I totally understood it at the time, but it did make sense in a way where I had this gut feeling or intuitive feeling that I was hearing something that was very true and more advanced than what I've learned in the past regarding language and things like that. And I guess this might actually be why some people are able to understand animals in the way that they communicate, even though your cat speaks its own language and a dolphin speaks its own language. Somehow there's a universal fractal language underlying all these different languages in animal speak and things like that out there.
Well, and then also applied to the channeling. There's some sort of information that's coming up within you while you're gaining access. You eventually interpret it in language so that you and I can have this conversation about what it said to you or whatever. But it's really coming up first and foremost within those fractals.
What about the maps of human consciousness? Are these actual maps that are being drawn out?
Yes, they're part of the unified field maps that we present in the books. And um, the what Einstein says is, so we have this map, right? So the beginning is the center of the earth, and you've got your compilation surrounding the mathematics, and within that compilation, compassion uh, starts to do the separation process, right? Because we have to be separate so that we can have this experience. So within the compilation, all of that math of the chair and everything that's around me and my whole body and life starts to separate here first. So first it separates from my inner world and my body and the math for the outer world and the chair. We use the chair as a symbol of everything outside ourselves. And then the third piece that happens is that there's this witness that gets created, this part of us that's able to observe both our physical inner world and then the outer world. So when you have these three segments, it's kind of the holy geometry, the sacred geometry of creation. A gravitational leaves the center of the earth, makes its way to the surface of the planet, where then all of that math becomes the lens of the physical world where our bodies are. And our bodies are actually projecting and then perceiving all of this information, and it looks very real. We are here, you are separate from me, but in the big scheme of things, you and the table and everything I'm experiencing originates within me. So the human consciousness is on this gravitational wave between the center of the earth and before it hits the to create the body. There's what we call the three human dimensions. And this is emotion, intuition, and intellect. And the way these three human dimensions work is like they're like spiritual organs. So you have your heart, does one thing, your stomach does another, the liver does another, but they all work in conjunction with each other to create this healthy body. And if your heart is ailing or there's something wrong with your heart, you don't treat it like you would if there's something wrong with your stomach. So the same is true as the three human dimensions, is that they have form and function, and then they have a way that they're supposed to interrelate to each other in order to create reality. And what's ever going on that gravitational wave is perfectly projected into the lens of the physical world. So perfectly, there's all this programming for your chair and the table and the trees and everything outside yourself. There's also the programming for what's going on inside yourself. And if that is conflicted in those three human dimensions, then it's perfectly going to manifest in the lens as conflict, and either an inner conflict, so you're going to have illnesses, etc., or an outer conflict with relationships and war and such like that. So that's basically what we work with in conflict resolution, is a process with which you can't really see those things, much like you can't see electromagnetics, but you can see the effects of it. If this part of you is conflicted, we can look into the lens of the details of how it's manifesting and then revolve it back with this roadmap that he's given us with these maps to know how to bring resolution to this psyche part of us that then naturally will manifest those peaceful manifestations in the lens in a much more magnificent way than if we go into the lens and we try to manipulate the people that we're in conflict with. And it's just a completely revolutionary way to deal.
So this is a more non-confrontational way of dealing with conflict?
Yes, when we do it here first, everything outside us changes. And in miraculous ways, the outcomes to the conflict are so much greater than we could have ever gone at straight ahead. Things I could never have manipulated take place. It's
Kinda
really
sounds like
amazing.
kinda sounds a little bit like magic.
Yes. Well, M theory, which is the scientific theory, Edward Witten invented M theory, which is this idea that at the root of all physical world matter is these membrane domains. And he says M theory can stand for mystery, miracle, magic, manifestation, and that we should use it, that M, as we see fit. It could be miracle, it could be magic, it could be a mystery. It's really interesting that that came from a scientist.
Did Einstein ever mention anything about the Nazis and their research for technologies or their effect on the world?
Yes, and I think that in real life, when he developed E equals MC squared and then watched as it became used for this incredibly evil, destructive purpose, not only did that kind of sear his soul, and he had to do a lot of soul searching, and I think eventually he felt like, I couldn't not have come up with this theory for fear that someday someone might use it because it was so profound. But it really, I think he died in life really attached to this idea that he somehow helped facilitate this. And so in afterlife, apparently when we die and we're attached to people or ideas, we take that with us and then it becomes part of our next life. So I really think that that whole experience with his life in Nazi Germany and getting free of Nazi Germany, watching the Manhattan Project, seeing what took place, he took all of that with him in afterlife, which was, I think, a lot of his impetus to come and do what he's done with me and my associates.
Has he ever mentioned anything about Elon Musk?
You know, we never have talked directly about Elon, but wow, what a character. What a interesting human being.
Yeah, certainly. Can do you feel like anybody can either learn to channel, or if everybody has ability, or do you have to have the right DNA, or do you have to have like an activated third eye? Do you have any theories on why some people seem like they're able to do it and others can't seem to get it going?
I do. I think there's a couple of things. I look at it like music. Why was I, at such a very, very young age, motivated to teach myself how to play the piano? I don't know why. It's what I came in here with. But what I chose to do, since I had this going on, was to pursue it. And so that meant that I probably played more music in my short childhood life than most people do normally. And so it's a combination of this kind of magical gift that I came with and the fact that I made the decision to use the gift. So when people say, "Oh, you're such a great singer," I say, "Because I probably sung billions of hours, and if you had sung that many hours, you would probably be a good singer too." But people don't have that kind of dedication, and it's the same way with channeling. You have had experience with it, so you know there's this kind of mysterious, and it questions your mind, right? It hits your mind. But ultimately, if you look at the map of human consciousness, intuition is a part of every single human being's spiritual anatomy. So everybody has the capacity to do it. Now, whether the intellect will allow them, talk them in, or convince them and make those decisions to pursue it is that's our decisions.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Especially what you said about, practicing and, at first thinking that, hey, this line of consciousness or these thoughts are what you are, spiritual being, but hey, really this is ego or my subconscious. The fact that you had to learn to differentiate from these things, to me, that's pretty fascinating because just as a person, as somebody that's into the mysteries of the universe, paranormal, spiritual things, supernatural things, I feel like I've had a similar experience where eventually my consciousness, like I was able to discern certain things, like when it's me and when it's something external, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, and you've been through that, and what I advise people to do is what I used to do in the early days is I got myself a deck of tarot, and I would practice where I would get up in the morning and I'd throw a spread and I would write down the spread. And then I'd write down what I think was going to happen, what it was telling me was going to happen. And I put it aside. And then I go about my day or 2 days or 3 days, whatever. And then I would come back and I'd read it. I'd look at the spread. I'd read what I thought it was going to happen. And then I'd compare what actually happened. And it gave me kind of a different understanding of the difference between what is my ego and what do I think is taking place, and what are these cards really telling me, uh, and how to interpret it. And so everyone has to, I think anybody who wants to do this work has to understand that it leads to a deeper understanding of your own self because you do have to determine those differences between ego and the messages.
One thing, on that line of thought, it did make me wonder a lot, like how many people out there are unwittingly receiving thoughts, and this is influencing their actions and who they are, et cetera, and they don't even know it because they have not reached a level of consciousness where they are able to discern their own spirit from external forces. This might have a lot to do with why the general population is seemingly so easy to control or easy to fool, or I don't like to use this term, but sometimes they get called sheep or sheeple, things like that. That would definitely that would line up perfectly and make a lot of sense. I really do think there's something like that going on.
Yeah, and if you understand the history of propaganda itself, and that right now, I think this is the least spiritual time on the earth plane that maybe ever has been, and we have actual physical forces that are in play to target the control, the mass formation, as
Mm,
Matthias Desmet would
yeah.
say. Um, and that for me, conflict revolution has always been the antidote to propaganda, to not getting subsumed by the masses, because it's teaching us, going back to what you originally said about all the thoughts in our heads. Einstein has said repeatedly, you don't know if those thoughts are thoughts from your past, thoughts from the planet, thoughts from your neighbors, thoughts from your past life. It doesn't matter. We process them all in the same way. But there is so much going on in that intellectual level that we should humble ourselves
I
before it.
like that. I like that. Like that's kind of like something I told myself, and I swear this is true. Like I told myself, you know what? You're getting this information. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. Let's say it's from a demon or it's from the devil. You know what? I should take this information and I should look at it objectively and really decide for myself using logic, using intuition, using my own faculties, whether or not it's true.
And skepticism, which is a very healthy uh, attribute, because truth will survive skepticism. Things that aren't truth will not, and that's the point.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, when did you first get the idea to put this down on paper and write a book?
The first time was when I started to channel groups with Kim and Teresa. I was starting to get this very clear voice from my left ear that would tell me specific things. You're going to write a book. You're going to teach them to channel. A voice that I would argue with. I'm not going to teach them to channel. I'm not a teacher. I didn't sign up for this. This is not what I was going to do. But clearly, the impulse was or the impelling was to keep track. They said, keep a paper trail, because later on in life, you're going to want to have documented everything that you're going through right now. So that was really the beginning of the documentation of it, was Diaries of a Psychic Sorority. But the Party of 12, the Afterlife interviews, that book, and that there's an interview with Hitler in that book, which at the time in 1998 was so controversial. People were like, "Oh my gosh, you're going to be subsumed by the devil." And now, 30 years later, where it's such a pertinent idea, what he says in those interviews are so pertinent to what's going on here. And now it's like, wow, this is brilliant that they planned this out. It's as if they knew what was going to be happening in the world. So once I started doing that, and then I also started publishing, self-publishing, and started a publishing company. And then it was like, I can publish anything I want. So I went on to do my Einstein books.
So are you mainly publishing your own books, or are you publishing
Yes,
others now? Oh, neat.
I'm considering opening up to publishing others now, but mostly it's just been the library of this work.
Are there some major advantages to publishing your own work versus having a third party publish it?
I really can't say enough about it. And especially, I wrote a book called Guerrilla Publishing, about how to do it in the fashion that I do it, using print on demand, and a particular print on demand company, and just the way that it all happens, what publishing actually means, and how this small publishing company is very easy to manage. Um, they put up all the Amazon.com and Barnes and Noble listings, and somebody goes there, buys a book, it goes to the printer distributor. They print it, they send it off, they pay the taxes, and then they give you the money that's left. And the advantages are you have complete control over everything. You don't have to be edited and, I had a friend who, now this is with the music industry, but he put out his first album and we had this beautiful picture of the two of us on the cover, nose to nose. Heart Travels was the name. He sold it to a music publisher. They changed the name to Carousel Man. Took a picture of him on a merry-go-round where the horse was in focus, but he wasn't. And you've just given the licensing of your work over to major publishers. And I'm not saying that that's not necessarily a good thing, but unless you're going to be a Shaquille O'Neal or some really famous person who's going to make money selling that way, I just think self-publishing is the way to go. And it's so legit these days.
I got another question from the chat. Skating Destroy is asking, has Barbara ever looked into the smiley face killings? Thanks for the reply to my other question. That's kind of a very specific murders right there. But have you ever looked into any crimes or any darker stuff like that?
Very early on, and this is in diaries, when we first started doing groups, I got a call from a woman. She was in central Minnesota and she was looking for a psychic. She had been charged in her journalism class to take an old event and look at it in a new way. So she was taking an unsolved murder that had happened in the area years ago and calling in a psychic to see what maybe had happened. But what she didn't tell us was that at the time of the murder, the whole family got murdered. The girl had been her best friend and she was 12. So the whole thing completely shifted from, it was, Mr. Whatever in the conservatory with the candlestick to this it was the first time I realized, wait a minute, these aren't angels. These are dead people. These are people who were living once. And this is long before Einstein and the party. And so in that channeling session, unbeknownst to me, I had to go witness the murder. And it was such a unique experience in that in order to protect myself and not be overwhelmed by what I was watching, there was sort of a detachment on my part about it. But Kim and Teresa were there as well in that channeling session. And the next day when we were trying to process everything, we realized that this was horrific. This was a horrific scene that I had to witness with my vision, and that they felt it as mothers, that one boy survived this, but the mother was killed protecting her children. And so that was a very deep situation, but I haven't really been a psychic where they call me up to solve murders in that way. I think I have a different focus than that, but that was my experience with that.
Yeah, interesting though that you have a little bit of experience. It's funny because a lot of people don't even look into this, but police they use psychics all the time and mediums, and they've actually helped solve some murders. A lot of people, a lot of skeptics would never admit that, yet it's totally true.
Absolutely. In fact, one of my dear friends worked for the CIA as a remote viewer. There's a whole level of the deep state that uses all of this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Remote viewing is especially is a very interesting topic. I mean, I've heard things on programs like Coast to Coast and other sort of third party platforms. But if you go to Wikipedia, it's like they kind of, they try to like dumb it down and to take the incredibleness out of it. They don't really tell you the hits that they've had or the percentages or the truth about people like Ingo Swann. Ingo Swann's known as one of the most powerful psychics of all time. Supposedly he had an 80% hit rate, which is incredible. He complained about hearing people's thoughts so loudly that he had to start doing a trick where he had to imagine a big round helmet on his head, and that's the only way he can he could reduce the penetration into his mind. I of course think all that stuff is fascinating. I've been studying this phenomena for a lot of years now, kind of based on my own experiences, and because there's quite a bit out there. But my next question would be, now, have you been hearing a lot of other ghosts? Like, do they just kind of walk in sometimes, dead people that either have a message or perhaps relatives of yours?
There's been, and not even just dead people. Like, I had this experience once where when I first started to realize that I could speak to people who had passed on, it was a feeling. It was, to me, it was like I heard this sort of swoosh, and I wouldn't like see the dead person, sitting over there on the chair, but in my mind, I would see the hologram of. I'd look at the chair, I wouldn't see the dead person, but I'd see the hologram in my mind. I don't know if I can explain it that way. And so there was, like, I would talk to, if I would talk to you, and I'd hear this swoosh, and then there'd be this picture of a person, and I'd say, "Hey, Daniel, there's this person here, and they're this and that," and then we'd engage in a conversation. Well, I did that once. My friend Mary called, and swoosh, here was her mother, and I said, "I see your mother, and she looks like Joan of Arc." And she's like, "Oh, my mother, that was kind of how her idol, and she was always this warrior," and blah blah blah. And so I thought she was dead. Oh no, she's in an Alzheimer's coma. So that led to Mary taking me to the nursing home, and us sitting with her mother, and me channeling her, and said a word in years, to her, and finding out that, oh, she misses her blue blanket. Well, when she came in the nursing home, she couldn't take her electric blanket with her, so she was freezing. I mean, just little things you never talk about.
Yeah, that's
So,
fascinating. I mean, this is a person that's actually alive in a coma and finding some way to communicate from, wherever she's at or whatever state that she's in. That's really something. Wow.
and it must have to do with her presence around her daughter, because it's only when her daughter came and started talking about her mom, and I heard the swoosh, that there was that capacity of her mother. And the same thing happened with, I was hired by a woman who had a son, a 36-year-old autistic son, who had never said a word, and she hired me to sit between them, and she would ask me questions, and I would tell her what I thought I heard him telling me, and after a couple sessions, she said, "I don't need you. I know now that what I'm hearing is true." So, with that going on, I call it like an intuitive art, maybe, but the amount of then swooshy dead people who at one time would show up and go, "I need to get a message to my daughter," or I was skiing one time and I heard this swoosh, and the voice said, "Tell the woman in the purple jacket that her brother is estranged. Tell her he'll be back in a month." Well, who's that? I don't really know. But I have to say that after a while, as you go through this, there's a kind of a mental challenge to it, mental health challenge. This is crazy making, but it's so fascinating that I found a way to really protect myself from, having that metal helmet on, from creating my own very strong boundaries like I would in real life with real people. You can't just be coming into my space and expecting that I'm gonna chop chop deliver messages for you. No, I'm gonna take control of
Now, what does that entail? Is that wearing a helmet like Ingo Swan, or perhaps some some kind of other protection ritual, or is this more of a just telling them to, hey, you need to
that.
follow my rules, be a little bit more polite?
I think it naturally changed, transformed as I took all this information and started to create my own life and my own boundaries in real life. I think it just was reflected in the afterlife and in spirit that I was putting up these boundaries, and I wasn't going to let myself. So it wasn't an actually going right at it. It was as I healed and became more whole. that brought balance to that too.
I always think of the vampire thing where they have to have your permission in order to come in your house. Otherwise, if they know you don't want them in there or you haven't invited them, they can't come in. They just, they'll hit a barrier or something like that.
Yeah, and that's true in real life. As we put up boundaries for ourselves, when our intuition tells us no to that person, like your body knows, don't know, but our intellect, where free will is, says, "Oh yes, yes, I forget that." That's us creating that danger, inviting that danger in, and so it's kind of the same in with spiritual life, I think.
We have a comment from the chat here. This is a little bit more abstract. It's from Grub. Says, "Hey, all, how do you feel about the government, corporates referring to themselves as entities separate from humanity? The way that we all serve government entity, which lives in our mind as an entity." Any thoughts on that?
Well, that is what you were talking about. The government entities are relying upon us to consent to having all of this living in our heads. And we all know that corporation and the government entities wouldn't exist without individual people in it. But whatever that mass formation is, when people get into that system and then they get caught up in we're entities, and then doesn't that sort of lead into the transhumanism movement that's going on where, once the government entities get in our heads and start defining colonizing our brains, next thing you know, we'll be saying yes to putting the chips into them. And so, again, I go back to conflict revolution is the antidote for it.
That's funny that you brought that up because this fits into some of my theories about psychic abilities and things like that. I feel like the transhumanism is trying to replace these abilities with their own metallic base materialistic form of telepathy. I mean, smartphones, for example, text messaging is kind of like telepathy. You could just say whatever you want to anybody that's on your contact list whenever you want. But the truth is, if we had telepathy between us or knew how to use it better, we would not even need smartphones. In these smartphones, they're starting to trap us in. They're becoming tracking devices and monitoring devices. By accepting their gifts, we're giving away our freedoms.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? And yet, one of the things Einstein has really helped me with is that we came here, we born, we volunteered and were chosen to be here at this time to have this impact upon what's going on in the world. And so we have to use those tools and find ways to transcend that control of how they're trying to control us. And so the transhumanism, where it starts out with, right, we have a chip that's going to stop Parkinson's, and then we have a chip that's going to do this. Like you said, these are things that ultimately left on our own, or if we pursue mastering that, that's where we're going as humans. But once they get that chip in, then the sky's the limit to control, right? The sky's the limit. And so it really is this kind of spiritual place, not kind of, it is a spiritual stand that we need to take right now to preserve humanity.
Now, Einstein, his Einsteinian physics, whatever you want to call it, they're still very popular nowadays. How does he feel about his legacy? Does he feel like his ideas and his theories are holding up well? Is he angry about this like quantum sort of mechanics thing taking over, or is he opposed to the Newtonian physics that are also popular nowadays?
I think where he is, he sees the truth. So the best that he can do right now is articulate the truth as he's experiencing it. And of course, in afterlife, you're seeing the whole perspective from inside out, so you can have that privy. And that I think what he feels, number one, is that he doesn't want to reincarnate because he's having too much fun and he has too much influence where he is. And that E equals MC squared is the unified field theory. And he didn't know it. It wasn't, things hadn't progressed far enough for him to understand that. But now that he's on the other side and he sees what that really is. And thirdly, I think, just as an aside, I had somebody call up for a reading, and she was the granddaughter of an Italian astrophysicist who had worked with Einstein, actually in real life, and said her grandfather went on to work on the Manhattan Project, and that every time towards the end of his life she would ever ask him about it, he would go in the other room and weep. So there's this really pressing kind of attachment, I think, that Einstein has to getting this information out, to helping to fire up and the regeneration of humanity, for humanity. And I think he's an eternal optimist. So that's been a blessing for me to be able to look at what's going on in the world and think, wait a minute, we got some really powerful stuff going on here, and it's exciting.
And you mentioned earlier that you had experience channeling Princess Di. Do I have that right? Was that you or?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
interesting. How about one of Princess Di's friends? And I mean specifically Michael Jackson, who passed away years ago. Have you ever spoken to him?
You know, I have not, but I had an experience in Hawaii that blew me away about Michael Jackson. And I'd gone to Hawaii and had this vision that I was going to get married there. My future husband and I went, and I ended up through a whole series of circumstances meeting this woman who lived at the end of the island in this beautiful mansion, and she did weddings, and she invited us out to meet and have a conversation with her. And I'd had this dream the night before that or this vision that these Hawaiian warriors were coming out of my closet, sort of, and standing at the end of my bed. And I told her about the dream, and she said, "You know, that's really interesting because here in Hawaii, there's this legend, modern legend, that Elvis Presley, the spirit of Elvis Presley, lives in Kauai. It was first place he did first worldwide transmission ever in the world was Elvis from Kauai, and that he was waiting there to hand off to the next uh, missionary, I guess, because Elvis came here with a mission and that he couldn't fulfill. You know, he was very much into angels. Anyway, was waiting and to pass off this power to the next person who was going to take it and do this worldwide peace movement. And they all thought it was Michael Jackson, the people in Hawaii who were going through this vision of Elvis passing this on. But then Michael Jackson got caught up in his life, and I was like, well, I guess that would be me then. But I have never sat down to talk to Michael Jackson. Um, but I think that he would be way on board with all of this. I think he's probably part of the party. Who isn't? Who doesn't want to see world peace?
Yeah, especially considering some of the things that he was saying. I'd say that that would be pretty accurate.
Yeah, right. He was really, really an evolved creature. And especially if you see the films of him during rehearsals where there's no music playing and he's singing and dancing in in perfect, just perfectly. He was a remarkable guy. Yeah.
Have any of the spirits that have communicated with you, have they ever described the afterlife to you?
Yes, as a matter of fact, Einstein did a really nice job of describing it in Party of 12, and also in Party of 12, the introduction is done by John Kennedy Jr. And he talks about how after he passed and that whole situation, that he ended up like in the company of this party of 12, and they were asking him, "Will you introduce us to the world?" And in that introduction, he talks about the nature of afterlife and how there's still this, it's like you have this hologram, everything's sort of a hologram, like it sort of is now, but there's a different relationship to it when you don't have the body cementing you into the physical world. And that a lot of it had to do with how you directed your intention. And you work with intentions, and sometimes it's kind of, you have to hassle through your brain thoughts, and then you get in subconscious thoughts that squash the intention. Not in afterlife. You have an intention, you want to be on the beach, you're on the beach, you're experiencing the beach. So there's a lot more fluidity, and a lot of things are different, like the speed of light squared is how fast light moves, not just the speed of light, all kinds of things like that.
Barbara, would you mind talking to a couple guys on our panel?
No, sure.
Alrighty. Let's start out with, let's see if Dr. Robert is there. Dr. Robert, are you there?
Hey, what's up? How are you doing? Can you hear
Hey.
me?
Hi, Dr. Robert.
Hello, how are you, man? I'm enjoying you. I'm digging you,
Great,
man.
great.
Groovy, man. How you doing, Danny?
Doing awesome. Glad to see
Groovy,
you
man.
on tonight.
Yeah, definitely, man. Always, man. I love the show. I can't miss it. I'm curious. I actually have two questions, and I'll make them real quick. Um, and an experience. So I want to share an experience too, because I'm what they call like a social empath. Like I've been diagnosed as a social empath, and it took me a long time to be able to discern between what was my energy and the energy of other people. Like even till this day, like it's very difficult for me to be around large crowds of people because I pick up on all that chaotic energy, and it kind of gives me a lot of anxiety and stuff like that. And then my second question is, no, that's not a question, that was a statement. My first question is basically, have you ever considered the possibility that even though Einstein is dead and he's in eternity, that there's still a possibility that he still has some limitation when it comes to his understanding of the universe? Because I remember when I start, because I channel too in some respects. When I first start really speaking to spirits and seeing spirits and things like that, like my mentor told me that just because somebody's dead doesn't mean they're smarter. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes a great deal of sense. And I think Einstein would be the first one to say that at the root of everything, it's a mystery. It is a mystery. And so all of this is speculation. And as he knew, and you know this about Einstein, that he completely upended 275 years of Newtonian physics with
Oh
his,
yeah, most definitely. Yeah. And then he got
and
upended
so
a bit by quantum mechanics, because he was actually
right.
it actually like because I agree with you. It actually gave rise to an existential crisis within him. Because that famous phrase, God does not play dice with the universe, because quantum mechanics means it's just all spontaneous and erratic, right? And Einstein couldn't accept that.
Right. And so
So
even now from Afterlife, with what he's seen and how he's explained than how that works. He's even open to, at some point, another discovery upending what
Yeah,
even we're talking
yeah,
about.
yeah. Because your perspective is expanded on the other side.
Yes.
Because you really don't because a lot of like that mortal coil that you take back with you is just kind of a residue. But when you're like in your body, man, your body, your desires, your wants, your fears, your pain, that kind of clouds your ability to kind of really understand this is true intuition speaking, and this is just fears or trauma speaking. Because I was watching a man and he was on TikTok, right? Because there's a lot of people out here who pretend to be spiritual when they're not, and they're just basically like parroting what other people say and stealing stuff from spiritual people online, and then trying to like get their hustle together basically and stuff like that. But like, when people talk about, my body told me, you know what I mean? You can't trust your body. You cannot trust your body. We as human beings are shaped by the human cruelty of others. A lot of that shit that you think is your intuition speaking is straight trauma. And a lot of times it will prevent you from growing and learning lessons you're supposed to learn, because you're letting the trauma of your body sort of trick you into thinking that you shouldn't have this experience with this person, or this experience over here, or do this or do that. But that's just something I just want to throw out there. But that's pretty much all my questions, and I really enjoyed the interview so far.
Well, thank you, Dr. Robert. And I would just say to the last bit is that's again why I love conflict revolution, because it sorts all that out. It clearly gives you a clear guidance to what is the deep emotional experience, whether it's trauma from the past or past life, or you're picking up the world. It helps us identify very quantifiably what intuition is, as opposed to intellect. And when we start to sort all this out, then stuff starts to get clear and starts to flow. So thank you. It's great talking to you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Robert. I in particular like the bit about, when you pass on, you experience a heightened consciousness. I mean, that has got to be so true. Like so many of these out of body experiences, when they tell the story later, they say, I left my body and I didn't have eyes, but I could see 360 degrees all around me, and it was like time stopped, and I kind of knew everything all at once. Like they almost get this kind of clairvoyance about things upon death. You think that it's our brain doing these things, but I've always liked the theory that our brain might just be the instrument from where our consciousness is able to connect with the physical world. I've always kind of like that explanation better. Let's go ahead and see if Clint has anything he'd like to add. Clint, you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm alive. I'm back in the land of the living.
Isn't passed on yet.
Well, I guess I would like to ask a few questions, such as what would you say to a skeptic? What are you in contact with anyone currently? What type of demonstrations that you could possibly do if you're in the mood? Also, any ghost experiences, UFO phenomenon. I mean, I guess I'll stop right there and then hear what you have to say real quick.
Well, as far as ghost experiences, I've never had UFO stuff. I've seen a few things, but I've never had encounters like others have. But as far as ghosts, I've had quite a few experiences, and one of the most profound was I got married on an island in northern Wisconsin in a big house that was haunted, and every night there was a three-day wedding. Every night about 3 a.m, someone would spot this ghost, and they described him the same each time. He was 6'5", had this shock of blonde hair or gray hair, was smoking a cigarette, was tall in skin, and dressed in a suit. And I thought, well, this is like 3 times, 3 different people. And so we went off on our honeymoon and we picked some bed and breakfast in Duluth that we hadn't planned on, and got up early in the morning and ended up at the table for breakfast with this other couple who'd gotten married the same day. And she said, I wish my father could have been there. And I heard the swoosh. And then here's this 6'5" gray haired guy with the cigarette. And I had to sort of gently ease into, was he tall? Oh yeah, he was 6'5". Did he smoke? Yeah, he died of lung cancer. And then we're able to have that kind of conversation. So those kinds of experiences have happened to me. And seeing him in the morning, I saw him sort of as a swirling light up in the corner of my room, rather than as the hologram of how he looked in real life. So I've got some of those things. But what I'd say to skeptics is, I think skepticism is absolutely necessary, and even more so in 2023 on all levels. Skepticism allows us to question things and then be proved. Like, let's see what happens. And so I encourage people to apply their skepticism, but also have an open mind to see, okay, I'm going to see what this is. I'm not going to just jump into it as if it's true because you're telling me, but let's see what it is.
Well, I mean, like,
And
what example would you give? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. What example would
No,
you
go.
give to a skeptic as, some type of, like a scientific, where like in scientific experiments, there's a medium and a control, and that was there any type of situation where, you said some type of information to someone and it was verified somehow later with something they found or something someone said, possibly?
Well, I haven't had any kind of formal study of that. I wouldn't mind to be put under such a thing, but I never have. I think for me, the evidential part of it is the whole concept that has come through me of the unified field and the maps of human consciousness, and that the process that they gave us and asked us to try, because they said this is going to create not only peace within you, but then your wildest dreams are going to start to come true. And so I, as a skeptic, had to put it to the test and to see if it really worked, and it did. So that's what I suggest to other skeptics. But you're talking about, now when you're talking about psychics, the kind of traditional psychics who are maybe remote viewers, or I know people who do, they can put your ring in their hand and tell you all about your childhood. And I've been able to do that to where I can say to someone, okay, here's what's happening, here's what's gonna happen, and then later on find out that it actually did happen. But I try to stray away from people who are like, now prove to me you're really talking to Einstein. Well, I'm going to tell you what he said, and then you can decide for yourself.
One of my questions is, because I believe in paranormal phenomenon and so on, is that how do you know that it's not an entity pretending to be Einstein?
Well, honestly, you can't really know that. If it is an entity pretending to be Einstein, then they're pretty much mirroring what I think Einstein would do in afterlife, which is dedicate his whole life to bringing through this process called conflict revolution that's meant to help us create world peace, one person at a time. So if that's some other entity, more power to them, I think, because it works. And that's the
Can,
most
can I
important part
interject a
of the
bit?
work. Yes,
Can I interject a bit? Let's keep in mind too, man, because I think people misunderstand what science is too, man, because there's no certainty in science, especially when you
exactly.
understand the scientific method. Like in order for a scientific theory to be a scientific theory, it has to go through like sustained years of being like demonstrated through experimentation that it produces the same results over and over again independently. And even then it can be overthrown. Because remember, in order for a scientific question to even be accepted, man, you have to factor in the theory of plausibility. Like it has to be able to be proven true and false at the same time. Otherwise, it's just dogma.
Yeah, absolutely. And
So, like,
Well,
yeah.
I guess like I guess let me give an example of what like for my own perceptions of supernatural events, to where when I used to trip with people, I would ask them what they were seeing when we would see visuals, and they would and I wouldn't say what I was seeing, but then they would say what we were seeing, and it would confirm to me that what I was seeing was real. Have you ever had anything like that happen to you?
not specifically. I've had a lot of confirmation in different ways, that are not quite as specific. For example, in Party of 12, I did an interview with Anwar Sadat. I don't know if anybody remembers who he was, but he was he was negotiating peace with Menachem Begin and I think Jimmy Carter. And he was assassinated. And I took the book to a book signing that his wife was doing. This is long after he was dead. And I gave her the book and I said, "There's an interview with your husband in here." And later, she was the keynote speaker at a conference at a place where I worked. And she came in and I said, "I don't know if you remember me. I gave you that book." And her eyes just lit up and filled with tears. And in her presentation, at the end of her big presentation, she's like, "Oh, I have one more thing. I need to read this love poem that I wrote to my husband." Is that any kind of concrete scientific confirmation that that information was correct? No. But when you see somebody who knew the man who responded to me like, "You're the one." And I've had a lot of that kind of affirmation where people come and say, "You just nailed it. You just nailed my past. You nailed." And then on the predictive side, things like I had a client, he used to come to me every 6 months. Didn't see him for several years. One day I'm in a restaurant. He runs up to me. He's like, Barbara, I have to tell you this. I was so mad at you after my last reading. You talked about this woman I was going to meet and we were going to work together and she was going to be my soulmate. And I thought, you're just really now just giving me the business, until he met Lori. So that kind of validation is what keeps me like, I can't tell you 100% it's Einstein, but I'm pretty sure.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and thank you guys for joining us and asking your wonderful questions. Barbara, I did want to ask you, of course, I ask just about everybody this, but I want to ask you about Jesus Christ. Was he real? Have you ever received any information from him? Any thoughts on Jesus or Christ or the Messiah in general?
Oh, yes, absolutely. In fact, he's the last interview in Party of 12. And it's a really in-depth interview with him. And he says, "I'm the son of man, I'm the son of God, I'm both." And we are too. We are both human and we are both divine. And that he's not a Christian. He never was a Christian in that sense. And he talks a lot in that interview about the history of the fear-based infrastructure and how it's grown into where it is today. He talked about his life walking around on the planet, and that he knew at the time that there was going to be a lot of misconception about what he was saying, that he had to sort of, dummy down in terms of parables and stories in order to get these messages across, but that the second coming was going to not be him coming back, but humans understanding that they have the very power that he came to demonstrate how to use. So yeah, that's a really one of my favorite interviews is with Jesus.
Excellent. I also wanted to ask you about the concept of a soulmate, or one word that you hear thrown around quite a lot, or a phrase I should say, is twin flame, like somebody you're meant to be with, somebody that you may have had a relationship with in past lives. Is there such thing, Barbara, as as a twin flame?
I'm decidedly skeptical about such things, and maybe it's because of my own personal experiences in life and my own personal experience with relationships where I was thought for sure it was the soulmate, and then it didn't work, and I thought for sure it was the twin flame, and then it didn't work. So I don't think it's necessarily not possible that people come into life with program mathematics that you're going to meet up with a particular person, a particular time, and you're there to stick it through with life together and be like soulmates. But I think ultimately we are whole in and of ourselves, and that we don't need another person that completes the whole thing. I think that's really a construct of humanity more than it is spirituality.
Could the whole and I just asked this because there was this whole Netflix, I didn't watch it, but I know of it, this Netflix, I think it was either documentary or miniseries, just about these scammers using the twin flame concept. Do you feel that the whole twin flame thing might actually be from the dark side, like a way to make us feel like half a person, or make us feel incomplete, or keep us kind of chasing our tails spiritually?
Uh, it it could be. I don't know that in and of itself it's that, but I do know that it certainly leaves it open for that kind of shenanigans, as I'd call it, because when you're whole and you don't need, then you really can't be scammed like that because you're not looking for that. I don't think it means that you don't have to have a relationship, but it just gives you a little more integrity.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Earlier, you mentioned Einstein not wanting to reincarnate again. Does that mean that you believe in past lives?
Actually, we call them concurrent lives in our model. But yeah, I believe that uh, just like I've described this kind of structure of the physical life starting at a compilation of consciousness and the gravitational wave. Well, allegedly within our compilation, there's also all the mathematics for these past lives or concurrent lives. And now, since time is a construct of the lens in the physical world, when my gravitational wave is flowing up, it's creating my space-time body in this particular time. So this concurrent lives is creating a different space-time body in a different time and a different latitude and longitude, and they're sort of existing together, and that string maybe is spinning up and they're coming back down and sort of down, uh, infiltrating each other's energy, which is why we can be fielding the thoughts, feelings, and senses of past lives in these bodies right now. So yeah, there's a whole structure on that within the maps.
What about the idea of a pineal gland or lotus chakra or third eye. Do you believe that we have a third eye?
I do actually. I think that the chakras each have their function as far as intersections between the non-physical and the physical body, and such things as the third eye being, the energy that kind of allows us that visioning, that, like when you were talking about your friend having the near death experience and having that 360 vision, that kind of situation then gets to sort of in with the physical world, which is such. So yeah, I really believe in those chakras being those intersecting points.
Okay, I did want to ask a little bit of a darker question. How about the concept of a devil, Satan, Prince of Darkness, an adversary? What do you think of the devil? Is he real? Is he just a construct of our human consciousness? What about the idea of the devil, Barbara?
Well, I think on a very root uh, level of creativity, of creation, there's the dark and the light. And those things, without uh, without defining them in human terms, they're really just are a part of how matter is manifest. But when it gets into the human psyche, then we to define, and just like we put God into a category where there's a physical form of God, we put the devil into a category, darkness is a physical form in the devil, which is really, to me, this dark energy hitting this uh, undeveloped ego that has control, because ego and intellect have the power to say no to intuition and the voice of God within us. And then we get the conditions that are ripe for the emergence of this imagined. The energy is fake, but the form that it takes then being the devil. And so I don't know if actually there's this physical entity that's going around to all of these situations today where that are seemingly being driven from satanic forces. But for example, some of the singers today who went from really being soulful, respectable singers to suddenly everything is devils and sexuality, and that's that dark energy being usurped by this ego that's either wanting what? Power, money, fame, fortune, and then following that, giving up one's soul to be able to achieve some external gain, perhaps. So I don't know if it's really an entity, but that's how I kind of see it.
Yeah, that makes quite a bit of sense. Like, if we were really trying to kind of wake people up to this stuff, would it even really be possible? I mean, people are so close-minded these days. Is there any way that we could really expect to awaken humanity?
I think humanity is awakening. And unfortunately, I think, for example, what's happened in Palestine and Israel, regardless of what side you might take on it, has done something that I don't know if it's been quite done before, having to do with the triggering of compassion. And there's so many people around the planet who are being triggered open to compassion that don't have a group, that don't aren't connected to a network, that don't have this kind of social structure to support them, but they're still there. And so the hope that I see is that that's what's instigating the awakening. That's what's driving us into that higher place of evolution. And I'm quite optimistic frankly, in spite of everything, because I've seen what Einstein's theory has done to my macrocosm, my microcosm. My life has been completely transformed, and I see the world doing the same thing. I see people doing the same things, and so I have hope, I think, for the macrocosm.
That's good to hear. Barbara, we are approaching the end of the interview. We've been talking for well over an hour and a half. I wanted to first off thank you for providing so much of your time and joining us for such a long period of time. But I also wanted to open up things one more time, let you hop up on that soapbox, step behind the podium, and just first off say whatever you would like to say to all the fans, listeners out there who listen to End of Days Radio. And please follow that up with anything and everything that you would like to plug or promote tonight.
All righty. Well, I just want to commend you all for having these open minds and for exploring these kinds of ideas. And that if in the course of listening to this tonight, that you can entertain this idea and perfectly with skepticism, please bring that along too, but come and investigate what I'm saying. And as I said, synergyalliance.llc has everything that I've talked about. It has all the books. It has a ton of videos and leads you to my YouTube channel where I have been doing channeling and posting um, transcripts and recordings of them. I also have partyof12.com, party of 12. I've had that website for probably 15 years. There's a plethora of information on that. And also barbarawith.com. I've got a reading sale going on. If you want to come and experience a reading with Einstein in the party. I also am on a world peace tour that started last July. I'm about to leave the United States in January to spend a couple, 2, 3 months, mostly in the UK. So if you're around the UK at all, check out my websites to see. I've got my whole schedule posted, and there's going to be events that are going to be coming up within the context of that. I haven't completely booked everything yet, but you'll see where I am. And if you are in a position where you want to host me to come and do an Einstein channel with a group somewhere in the country or in the world, let me know. Reach out to me. I'm in a, I don't do traditional right now. I don't do traditional kind of promotion and events where I demand great deals of money to come and see me. I'm more of a kind of, I have a lot of indigenous friends, and there's this thing we call pony money that the shamans and the holy people the in the indigenous tribes offer their services for free, but you know that when you're asking them to come to do this, that you have to give them money, pony money for their ponies. So that's kind of my philosophy. So reach out with that if you'd like to. But most of all, it's my mission right now. I'm on this world peace mission, is to get people thinking about the resolution of conflict within us is the steps to world peace. So when you're looking at the world and you're seeing all of this chaotic stuff going on, and there's emotions that are being triggered, there's thoughts that are coming up, know that when you decide to take action and use your free will to go inside and look deeper and explore the origins, because as within, so without, you are contributing to world peace. You are contributing to the energy of the transformation, the evolution of consciousness, and don't minimize it. So, and if there's anything else you want to know, I am here. You can find out how to contact me at all those websites, and I'd love to hear from you.
Awesome. Well, Barbara, I thank you very much for joining us on the program tonight. It was an excellent interview. Definitely enjoyed getting to know you, and we definitely like to touch bases in the future and get you on for a part 2.
Yes, please, and maybe I can broadcast from Europe on the road on this peace tour. Already, it's shaping up to be wonderful. And if anybody's interested, I'm doing a December 30th, which is a Saturday. It's my end of the year channel, my traditional end of the year channel on Zoom. It's free. Come on and drop in if you want to be a part of it. You can sign up for it on synergyalliance.llc. Thanks for
Excellent.
having me, Daniel. It's been great conversation. And thanks to the panel and to all your listeners.
Absolutely. Thanks to the panel. Thanks to everybody listening tonight. Barbara, thank you especially, and I will talk to you next time.
All righty.
Good night. All right, that was Barbara With. What a great interview that was. My God, so fascinating all across the board. Thank you, everybody who was kind enough to show up for the live show tonight. Like I always say, time and time again, it's all about the live show. I love that you listen on Spotify. I love that you listen to the show after it's already been recorded on YouTube. I love that you listen to the show on the Apple Podcast app. I love that you listen to the show on all these obscure places like Rumble, etc., etc., etc. Stitcher still around, or did they finally go out of business? You cannot listen to us on Sirius. Sirius has not picked us up yet. They should, if they knew what was good for them. They would definitely offer me a 6-figure contract. Wait, did I say 6-figure? I meant 7-figure contract. But until then, this show will have to stick to running off of your donations. So if you'd be so kind, head over to endofdaysradio.com and click that donate button. You can donate through both PayPal and you can donate Bitcoin as well. Please donate. Once again, that's endofdaysradio.com. Let's see. Let's talk to Dr. Robert really quick. Dr. Robert, are you ready to do your segment once again?
Hey, let's go, man. Let's go.
All right. And this is, just to get me straight, this is Down the Rabbit Hole Rabbit Kill Squad.
No, just go down the rabbit hole with Dr. Robert. Keep it that short and sweet.
Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and give you... I'm hearing a little bit of feedback or something coming from you. Do you have your speakers up or something like that?
You know, there might be my let me close out some of these windows real quick, and then I might just have to get off Bluetooth real quick. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Okay. And as soon as he's back on, we will move into our brand new segment.
Can you hear me better? Can you hear me better now?
Oh, you sound so much better now.
All right, let's go.
All right. 3, 2, 1, and he is on. Go ahead, Dr. Robert. Take control.
Welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, the podcast where one question can make you look taller and the other can make you look small, very small. My name is Dr. Robert, and I'm your host. Well, kind of. Danny Boy is the host, and this show is just a mere segment of In the Days Radio. In today's episode 3, we are going to dive deep into our investigation on whether a secret Nazi cabal is transpiring in the U.S. corridors of political power and influence. When we last left off, I believe we were discussing a short visit to Charlie Manson's hometown of Ashland, Kentucky. The word Kentucky is a Native American word. It means dark and bloody ground. That is probably as good a name as any for a commonwealth that has had its share of violence, death, madness, and mania. Americans tend to think of Kentucky in terms of horse races, bluegrass music, or the ubiquitous KFC, which is probably Kentucky's most famous export to world markets. Yet even Kentucky Fried Chicken has its ominous side, as we shall see later on. Fact: in 1991, there was an exorcism of a nightclub in Wilder, Kentucky, a small town near Covington across the Ohio River from Cincinnati, due to a lawsuit by one of the customers, Claude Lawson, the owner of Music World. Bobby Mackey was running a haunted establishment, and he had been attacked by evil spirits during the time he worked and lived there as a caretaker. Music World is built on the site of an old slaughterhouse, complete with a well underneath, the building that received the drained blood of the slaughtered animals dating back to the 19th century, and indeed, it was a site of satanic activity and a cult murder in 1896, when the headless body of 5-month pregnant Pearl Bryan was found. Bullshit you not. 2 men, Alonzo Walling and Scott Jackson, were arrested after confessing to the crime. Self-proclaimed devil worshippers and occultists. They refused to tell investigating authorities the location of Pearl Bryant's missing head. For doing so, according to these 2 men, would bring the wrath of Satan upon them. Bullshit you not. They seem to have feared Satan more than death, because they were offered life in prison instead of execution, if only they gave up the head. They were hanged not far from the slaughterhouse, and Walling cursed his captors from the gallows in a scene out of Nathaniel Hawthorne. Another young woman, a cabaret dancer known as Johanna, committed suicide at the club in the 1930s, but not before poisoning her father, a gangster who had murdered Johanna's boyfriend. Bullshit you not. Johanna was also 5 months pregnant at the time. The club had been the site of numerous murders, shootings, and other crimes. It is one of the strangest clubs in America, for it boasts, if that is the right word, 29 sworn fucking affidavits by customers, employees, and every local policeman who had been attacked there by forces from what Cotton Mather's called the invisible world. Once destined to be torn down in 1993 due to some strange accidents that the owner felt were paranormal warnings, it has remained in operation. Fact, in 1986, a group of 5 Kentucky teens were arrested for the so-called vampire murders and made national news. Members of a vampire cult that numbered about 30 teens in southwest Kentucky. They were reported to have drunk the blood of animals and of each other before murdering the parents of one of their clan and fleeing to Louisiana, where they were eventually captured. The New York newspapers had a field day with this, of course, reporting on the fact that one of the teens called home to get additional funds. The New York Post headline, "Vampire teens busted after they called home for steak. Hardy har har." This is an interesting development for Kentucky, considering that officials originally wanted to name the state Transylvania. Fancy that. So why Ashland, Kentucky? In the first place, it is a town where Charles Manson grew up. It is also the birthplace of another vile killer, Sedley Alley, who viciously murdered a beautiful and accomplished young woman, a Marine who wanted to be the first female aviator. Ashland is across the river from another town, Kenova in West Virginia, where serial killer Bobby Joe Long was born and raised. It is a kind of Bermuda Triangle. Hear that again. It is kind of a Bermuda Triangle of death and depravity, whose baseline runs right through the town of Northern Virginia, where another serial killer, Henry Lee Lucas, was born. About 50 miles south of Ashland, in another Appalachian town, Inez, Kentucky, then President Lyndon Johnson announced the war on poverty in 1964. He just so happened to do so outside a small shack in the hollow to the backbeat of television crews and print reporters. 28 years later, in 1992, that shack was still standing, and its once famous inhabitant, Tommy Fletcher, still lived there. Only this time, the television crews would report that he and his current wife had been indicted for murder for having children and then killing them off one by one for the insurance money. The body of their daughter, little 3-year-old Ella Rose Fletcher, God bless her soul, had been exhumed, and an autopsy showed she died of an overdose of antidepressants and had also been sexually molested. Her 4-year-old brother, Tommy Fletcher Jr., was hospitalized only months after his sister's death, showing the same symptoms of drug poisoning. There have been $5 life insurance policies on each child. The war on poverty is another war we lost, for your fucking information. I'm just threw that in there as a side note. All the records say that Charles Manson was born in Cincinnati, Ohio. It makes sense that his mother, Kathleen Maddox, could have traveled that far up the river from Ashland to have the baby, since it was born out of wedlock on November 12, 1934, to a 16-year-old girl. The father is believed to have been Colonel Scott, about whom not much is known. One can imagine the scene of a possibly older Colonel Scott and suddenly pregnant teenager in Ashland in 1934, the latter being rushed off to Ohio to have the baby in secret, away from prying eyes of a small-time southern town, the former wondering if his reputation among friends and family would have been harmed by the revelation, or quite possibly just the reverse. We will not know. It is believed that Colonel Scott died in 1954, although even this has not been officially confirmed. Colonel Scott's brother, Darwin O'Rell Scott, was only 27 at the time Charles Manson was born. When he was butchered to death in 1969, he was already 64. If Darwin was the younger brother, then Colonel Scott may have been in his 30s at the time Kathleen got pregnant. The military title Colonel Scott is suggestive, but not conclusive. After all, it was Kentucky that gave us Colonel Sanders, a man who was not exactly a war hero. Yet oddly enough, there is no record of the first name of Colonel Scott, even though he was sued successfully by Kathleen in 1936 for paternity of little Charlie. Scott agreed to the princely sum of $25 in settlement, plus another $5 a month for Charlie's upkeep. By this time, Charlie was known as Charlie Miles Manson. Kathleen had married William Manson, a much older man, after Charlie's birth. And that is how no-name Maddox became Charles Manson. William Manson himself disappeared from Kathleen's life not much later. Charlie wound up being parked by Kathleen's relatives in small towns all up down the Ohio River in Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia, while Kathleen and her various adventures, one of these involved robbing a gas station with her brother Luke in 1939. The siblings, desperados, used soda bottles as their weapons of choice, knocking out the station attendant with them and robbing the till. Kathleen and Luke were apprehended, and Kathleen was sentenced to 5 years in the state prison at Moundsville, West Virginia, in the heart of burial territory. We will discuss this more later. During this time, Charlie was sent to live first with a very religious grandmother, and then with an aunt and uncle in McMitchin, a town a few miles outside of Moundsville, where the Grave Creek Mound is located and where the infamous Phoenician tablets were discovered. Charlie was only 5 years old at the time. Again, we will discuss mounds and their relevance at another date. Dr. Joe Norris, a sort of serial killer ambulance chaser, and not the most reliable when it comes to names, dates, and places, McChin, West Virginia becomes Mayhem, Virginia, for instance, recounts a story that Manson was forced to go to school in a girl's dress. by his uncle, who thought the boy was a sissy. Norris also claims that Manson was born in Ashland. This is possible, of course, but many folks have been unable to find corroboration of this theory. The sissy story is claimed as true by Manson, although others, such as being sold for a pitcher of beer by his mother to a barmaid, are probably apocryphal. What is known for sure is that Kathleen was paroled in 1942, took charge of her 8-year-old son, and led another series of misadventures with drunken uncles in 3 states. In 1947, the court sent Charles Manson to a home for boys in Terre Haute, Indiana, where he remained for 10 months before escaping and returning to his mother at the age of 13. Kathleen had other ideas, and by this time decided she had seen enough of her son. So he ran away and began a life of crime, breaking into stores and stealing whatever he could find, until finally the courts got hold of him again and sent him of all places to Father Flanagan's Boys Town. Imagine that. The 1938 film Boys Town starred Spencer Tracy as Father Flanagan and Mickey Rooney as one of his toughest challenges. Somehow, it is difficult to picture Mickey Rooney playing Charles Manson, aside from the fact that both gentlemen are somewhat on the short side. Flanagan's experiment was considered a kind of boot camp for juvenile delinquents, and of course, who had been made famous 10 years earlier by the Spencer Tracy film, which won several Oscars, but Charlie didn't last a week. He and his friend broke out, stole a car, and made their way to Peoria, robbing a store and a casino along the way. His friend's uncle, a small-time thief in Peoria, began using them for small B&E, that is, breaking and entering jobs, until they caught once again, and this time Manson was sent to a more serious home in Indiana, where he remained for 3 years until breaking out once more at the age of 16. Manson was apprehended after a string of crimes in 1951 and sent to another school for boys, a secure institution, which was one more like a prison and which was indeed under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Prisons. That was in March. By October, he had managed to convince the school psychiatrist that he was trustworthy enough to be transferred to minimum security home, the National Bridge Camp. There, things got worse. While his aunt had visited the camp and told the board that she was willing and able to provide a home for Charlie, managed to ruin his chances of an early parole by sodomizing another boy while holding a razor blade at the edge of his victim's throat. That stunt got his ass transferred to the Federal Reformatory at Petersburg, Virginia instead. While there, he was deemed very dangerous and sent on to Federal Reformatory at Chillicothe, Ohio on September 22nd, 1952. This date has some mystical implications, as you shall see shortly. One wonders what subterranean telluric, for instance, of soil forces were at work that day. Chillicothe is, of course, the center of the American culture. I'll bring you up to speed on mounds and their spiritual significance soon in this story soon, so just bear with me. September 22nd was the autumn equinox, one of the important astronomical dates around which the ritual mounds were designed. In fact, the Maya constructed the El Castillo step pyramid at Chichen Itza in Mexico so that a snake made of light would appear to slither down the pyramid steps at the autumnal and vernal equinoxes. A month after his transfer to Chillicothe, young Charlie suddenly became a model inmate. He did so well that on January 1st, 1954, he was given a Meritorious Service Award. Then on May 8th of that year, it is believed his father, Colonel Scott, died. He was paroled back to McMean and the site of the Grave Creek Mound to live with his mother from mound to mound. At this time, he was 19 years old. It is a mystery what happened to Manson in Chillicothe, that he suddenly became studious. He was still illiterate when he was transferred there, learned to read and write and do simple arithmetic, mellowed out and became a star prisoner. Manson's psychiatric reports were all negative up to that point. Even during the first month at Chillicothe, the doctors were of him believing that he needed closed environment and not the relatively open ambiance of Chillicothe. Then, as if magic, Manson became a different person and maintained that identity for a year and a half until his release. And may I say for the record that that degree of conscious control, especially in a disturbed, uneducated, illiterate, violent criminal, sodomitic, bastard child of an unmarried alcoholic mother, is suspicious, if not alarming. Let's just get that out of the way. Was Charlie helped by someone at Chillicothe? According to Manson himself, in his own words, I stopped thinking in 1954. In fact, John Gilmore, in his critically acclaimed 1971 biography of Manson and the Family, The Garbage People, retitled Manson, The Unholy Trial of Charlie and the Family, says that Manson met a boy named Toby at Chillicothe, from whom he learned hypnosis and mental manipulation. That may be so, but the dates in Gilmore's book seem to be wrong. He has Manson at Chillicothe as early as October 1951, but according to Bela Lugosi, Manson didn't make it to Chillicothe until September 1952. Perhaps it is only typographical error in Gilmore's book, because October 1952 is very likely date for Manson to have met the mysterious Toby, a person that Manson refers to as definitely satanic, and the only person of whom Manson ever speaks in tones both of fear and awe. During this time, and this is very important, U.S. government agencies were conducting medical tests among various inmate populations in America. Their most prized subjects were violent criminals, sociopaths like Charles Manson, whom they dosed with massive amounts of drugs to gauge personality changes, emotional responses, and other parameters that have never been revealed. While sworn testimony before Congress in the 1970s is evidence that prisoners were used for these experiments, and often the prisoners themselves were made aware of what was being done to them. The identities of the actual institutions, as well as the doctors involved, with few exceptions, are known today. Those documents were shredded before testimony could be given. We will examine all this in greater detail in later episodes, but for now it is necessary to keep these questions in mind. What happened to Charles Manson in Chillicothe, Ohio in 1952? Did the government's experimentation extend from adult prison populations to reformatories for juvenile delinquents? Is there any evidence that children were used as subjects or guinea pigs in medical experimentations? In January 1955, Manson married Rosalie Jean Willis, a 17-year-old girl from McChin who worked in a hospital. Although he held a variety of jobs for a while, he could not keep out of trouble and wound up stealing cars and driving them across state lines. Taking stolen goods across state lines, of course, is a federal offense under the Commerce Clause of the U.S. Constitution. And he was caught as usual, only this time he had a pregnant 17-year-old wife. Charlie drives a stolen car to Los Angeles, was apprehended, pled guilty, and asked the court for psychiatric help, for some reason referring back to his time at Chillicothe. The judge so ordered, and he was examined by Dr. Edwin Earwart McNeil in 1955. Dr. McNeil had been chief resident psychiatrist at Payne Whitney Psychiatric Clinic in New York Hospital in the 1930s. Before moving to Honolulu, where he held similar posts, then moving on to Los Angeles in 1944 and going into private practice, while also working as a consulting psychiatrist to the court system in Los Angeles. Thus, he should be considered eminently qualified to offer an opinion on Manson's mental capacity. And I'm almost done. Dr. McNeil felt Charlie, a poor risk under ordinary circumstances, might be permitted probation under supervision, since he was now a husband and father. McNeil recognized that Manson had problems, but held out hope that marriage and fatherhood would have a socializing effect on the young man. The court agreed and gave Manson 5 years probation and no prison terms. Unfortunately, while waiting for a hearing on another stolen vehicle charge, for which he would have probably received only probation, Manson decided to go walkabout. He did not show up for his hearing, and he warned in March 1956, when probation was revoked, and he was sent to Terminal Island in California to serve a 3-year sentence. His son, Charles Manson Jr., was born in March of that year. On August 30th, 1957, Charles Manson Sr. and Rosalie Willis Manson were divorced. Let's stop there for now and stay tuned as we probe more strange questions in an effort to detect the truth.
I had no idea. Oh, sorry. I had no idea that there was a Charles Manson Jr. That's terrifying. Is that fucker still out there? The next generation.
Oh man. It's gonna get deeper, man, as we probe a little further, man.
This time we have an electric bus. Man. Fascinating stuff, though.
The Kentucky subject reminded me of Pet Cemetery or something.
No, exactly, man. Because when you do the research, man, and I get in the mounds later, dude, like it's really built on like this ancient pre-American burial ground, and because of that, all these major, you know what I mean, and famous and infamous serial killers, man, seem to be born and raised in these particular areas, in these little hot spots.
Oh yeah, the what in the chat? I was gonna bring it up. The in the 1890s or so, the capital of the satanic conspiracy in America was Charleston. The city. I'm pretty sure it's North Carolina, Charleston. And that's where the Pike Luciferian conspiracy was. And I'm pretty sure that's there's some huge lodge there too as well.
I'm pretty sure the Carolinas are named after the Carolingtons, which are the family that married into the Merovingian bloodlines and basically took them over.
Oh yeah.
What? Talk more about that.
Weird stuff because like there's all this stuff surrounding the Merovingian bloodlines and their supposed history, you know, being descendant from Christ. The story goes after he was resurrected, he and the three Marys crossed the sea from Israel to France and then started the Frankish king dynasty or the Frankish king lineage up there.
Wait, like
and then to make it even weirder, supposedly these Carolingtons kind of like usurped their bloodline and took it over.
Yeah, I think a lot of the slavery was going on in the Carolinas too.
Yeah, there's some mystery behind those Carolinas. Like people think
I think a lot of the slavery.
It's just a lot of bad energy, man. You know what I mean? Like a lot of that a lot of bad energy, man.
Civil
And
War
then,
too.
yeah, and then like you're dealing with like a land that's not originally yours, with a group of people who have like their own spiritual and mystical rituals and their own gods. You know what I mean? Because think about it, man. And this is what I need people to understand, man. This is a very serious question I'm about to ask you guys. How is it that a group of pious people, I'm talking about the Pilgrims, right, come over here from England, dude, and then all of a sudden, dude, America just descends into fucking slavery, civil war, racism, and fucking madness, dude.
It's because of the Illuminati and the royal families. They're all about the evil. The Vatican.
But
The
it's also
Vatican.
forces here, man, like stuff they took away from people. When you hear and you offend those people's gods, you build. I mean,
Yeah.
think about it, man. And you guys always, I hear you guys always talk about how like movies are kind of telling us the truth. Think about Poltergeist, man. What was that all about? Being born on what?
A cemetery.
An ancient Indian burial ground. You feel me? So like,
Yeah.
so America's basically just like a nation that's built on a huge Indian burial ground. You know what I mean? That's primarily their fault. And then they also desecrated all these sacred spots, on an area of the planet, right? That was reserved for a specific set of gods. So if you don't think you piss these motherfuckers off, man, you're smoking crack.
Yeah, exactly. And that movie
It's
has
like
always kind of scared the shit out of me. I think it's one of the scariest movies of all time. Just my opinion. I'm
It's
sure there's all
definitely good.
kinds of like newer movies that people would say are way better.
What's
Whatever.
that famous line? They're here.
They're here.
Oh,
And then there's
Poltergeist.
that other one. I talked about this on the program before, but when the psychic medium comes in, she goes, "Y'all hang back now. You're jamming my frequencies."
Oh, yeah. She's a trip. Then when she kind of freaks out and flips the script. Going to the light, Caroline. Going to the light.
That fucking clown doll. Ooh.
There was so many deaths where the people at everybody in that movie like died of fucked up shit.
Yeah.
They like used real corpses for the skeletons and stuff.
See, Hollywood, you know what, man? I'm starting to learn, especially like when you see like those rituals and shit, like the Super Bowl and all that shit, man. I'm beginning to think, man, like these motherfuckers, man, they're fucking with forces they don't understand, man. Like they think it's a game and a joke. Like, they want this fame so bad, right? That they start searching and playing with shit. They might not even believe the shit, right? But shit doesn't have to work because you believe it. You know what I mean? So then you get to fucking with shit and staring shit up, dude, and all of a sudden the whole US is going to hell. And we see it.
Hold up, check this out. I'm sure you're familiar with ley lines. Well, like in Hollywood, I believe it's at the end of Route 66 or
Route 66.
Sure. Well, what? Damn, I'm pretty high. But anyways,
it feels so good.
The at the Hollywood spot, I don't remember what studio it is, but it's the exact same latitude as the gate in Babylon. And it's even like 6,666 something kilometers or some shit. And it's got an identical gate of Babylon in Hollywood.
Oh, that's creepy.
That is creepy.
Did you guys hear about that? They were trying to build one of those archways in New York, one dedicated to Bell, and like a bunch of people found out what they were doing, and they put all this like pressure on them because they thought they were like building something to do with the devil or Satanism or something like that, which it kind of is. And they kind of shut it down and they like renamed it and all that.
Well, the church in New York, that cathedral, that was another satanic hot spot. No, seriously. I'm
listening to you. I just love it.
Well, I was digging up some notes and sometimes I put my notes in books and just on random pieces of paper, and I was digging up my notes that I was supposed to be on the Free Zone once on Freeman's show like 12 years ago, and I found a note from it about where he wanted me to do an episode about the B'nai B'rith, which is the Jewish Freemasonry, and that how it led into it led into this New York Satanism that was operating out of the I believe it's a Rockefeller owned church And it's interesting because that same church is the one that I was doing a lot of research on about the foundation possibly having it was saying in this newspaper article or some shit that the foundation of the building had the 12 zodiac stones embedded in the foundation.
Weird.
And like it's like one of my earlier an earlier research topic that I seem to be the only sole person to have came across was this idea of you're familiar with the Egyptian or the Hebrew ephod chest plate with the 12 stones on it, what the Hebrew priest would wear. Are you familiar with that?
No,
really,
please
no,
pray
never heard of
tell.
that.
Pray
Well,
tell.
it's a chest plate that's the shoulder pieces are called the Urim and Thummim or Thummim, but like the front piece each it's a symbol of the 12 tribes, but it's also the 12 zodiacs, and it has each of the 12 birthstones embedded in this metal plate that the high priest would wear on his chest. But anyways, in the modern times, I found evidence of buildings that were built with the stones from the breastplate of the high priest thing in the same order laid in the foundation, like the building was some type of a spiritual conduit of some sorts, because that's what the belief was in the Hebrew religion, was that the priest garment would somehow, it was some kind of spiritual conduit. Same with other buildings that had massive amounts of quartz and all sorts of weird shit in them. Like
That wouldn't surprise me, because like if you look at a lot of these old buildings, like some of the mud flood people kind of get into this, but they point out these things that they say, oh, that's like that has something to do with electricity. That's like a Tesla coil, or it's this, it's that. But some of these things, and specifically, I mean, like, you know, it almost looks like an antenna coming out of a building, or it looks like some kind of electrical piece.
well,
If you
some
watch
of
some
them
of this mud flood stuff,
are-
yeah.
well, some of them are, they're misidentifying lightning rod equipment, but I do believe that the buildings themselves are like some type of spiritual conduit. Even
That's interesting you say that, man, because sometimes, man, we just connect imaginary dots in chaos.
Well,
It's
hold
like
up.
when you look at clouds and shit, and you like see animals and dinosaurs and unicorns and, you know, shit in clouds. It's kind of like that kind of shit.
Well,
Yeah, agreed.
you've seen Ghostbuster 1, right?
Yeah.
The building, how the building was made by the occultist to channel an entity. And then even in the movie, they called the entity Zool. And Zool is another name for Osiris.
Oh, I didn't know that. Like, even
Yeah.
there's things going on in our bodies that kind of work in a similar way. Like hair, for example, hair actually dissipates heat.
Huh. Yeah,
And it can also channel energy too. I mean, I don't know about that one, but like it has to do with why old sages and wise men would grow these long beards, because it would actually help them channel energy.
that's in Egypt, they would they believed that the cats were the embodiment of the phosphor essence, because when they would pet them, they would sparkle from the static electricity.
Oh wow. You mean phosphorus like Lucifer?
Yeah,
Weird.
because they worshipped light back then. Even
I always knew cats were like devilish.
that. Well, I don't know if they're exactly devilish, but I mean, it's like the Egyptians had a set of superstitions that were in place before the modern dynastic Egypt religion.
You tell them to get off your keyboard, and they just look at you with those eyes like they're looking down on you. Like, no fucking way. You're my pet, Vince. I think there's actually way more to cats than we would ever even think. Cats, I know for a fact, can see spirits and apparitions. Somehow their vision allows them to see into a different spectrum.
Oh yeah. I was in did I ever tell you the story about the house where this lady my friend grew up lived in a haunted house, or it was a murder house, and that the lady killed her kids and split their heads in half and like hung herself.
Oh damn.
Yeah, well, like she hung herself and she stabbed
Overkill.
herself. So like, but there was a huge blood stain on the floor, and we'd always smoke a bunch of weed and go up there and like scare people. But like, like this blood stain was like fucking. It was a huge, scary blood. It happened in like the 30s or some shit, and like my friend had a ghost story where she claimed that the ghost looked through her eye hole of her door and the dog was freaking out. And I was kind of skeptical about the story, and until one time I was in the attic with the dog and like 5 people, and the dog loved me. You know, it was like my dog practically. And like this dog was snarling at anybody who tried to pull it out of the corner. And it was acting really weird and fucking like it could see some kind of ghost or something.
Yeah, I was watching some UFO videos. Like for whatever reason, I went to YouTube and I just searched for like UFO videos 2023 so I could see all the latest cool shit. And there's this one where this guy's out in the desert and there's this light blinking from far away, and his dog is just looking at it, freaking out, like ooh, ooh. Like that's how I know that one was real, because that's exactly how dogs react to like supernatural shit.
Oh yeah, I think that the paranormal stuff likes to mess with animals.
Yeah, and they have a way of like sensing evil and intention in a way we wouldn't be able to understand. But hey, let's go ahead and take a little break. We got another segment to do. It's time for the mind-blowing moment of the day. I'm going to say that my mind-blowing moment of the day, I wrote this down. I liked when Barbara was talking about communicating with that person that was in the coma. I mean, that's pretty trippy, I think.
That's pretty interesting. I definitely was skeptical about a lot of it, but when she said the Jesus not coming back thing, I definitely agree with her on that. And she's like the only person on the planet besides Wayne Cooper that I've ever heard say that, which is really interesting. And I mean, I don't.
Have you ever seen True Blood? That's not true. Have you ever seen True Blood?
Oh yeah, that show is definitely an occult made show.
But you remember True Blood when he's talking to that older vampire lady? She's kind of like a vampire, like queen vamp.
Oh, the queen. Yeah, I remember that.
And she goes, "The gods never come." Remember that? The gods.
Yeah, never... that's a weird statement. That's a very weird statement.
Their gods,
says the gods never come. Yep.
Our God got our back.
Man, I could go on and on. Like I thought of like all this stuff from that show that's just very real cult shit. Oh yeah, big time.
You remember the symbol on their door of their main Vader headquarters?
No. What about it?
It's the same symbol on the throne room of Game of Thrones, the 9-pointed star, the Ennead symbol, the eight gods plus the secret ninth. That's what the symbol for the United Nations religion that they sanction, called Baha'ism. Their symbol is a 9-pointed star, and it has, on one of the versions of it, it has the 8 major religions, and then the 9th one on the top is the 9 points again, and that it's the it's the Ennead from ancient Egypt reborn.
It also sounds like the Council of Nine that we've been kind of talking about a little bit offline.
The 9 ascended masters of the secret ranks of the secret society's claims.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear. Oh, by the way, did either of you guys have a mind-blowing moment of the day?
Mine was about the lady saying that Jesus wasn't coming back, because that is like a mass deception on the religious crowd, where the churches are perverting the doctrine of the New Testament by saying that he's coming back because he already came back. Like there's a whole William Cooper episode about it.
Huh. Dr. Robert, do you have one?
I like when she talked about, like, I appreciate her honesty when she talked about how, like, you really, 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 really have to take your time to determine whether or not, like, it's genuinely your intuition, or is it like your ego or your trauma trying to defend you from having like an experience that will help you grow. and evolve. That type of stuff, man. Because it's rare you find people that honest, man. Because I had a cousin who was a Christian who was honest like that.
She seemed like a nice lady, and she spoke well. I assume that she had some type of decent education, whether it be like school or her own schooling or some sort. But it's definitely I would have to examine her more to like understand her, to get a real opinion about her.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like, there's a lot of guests like this that come on the show, and we're never really going to have proof. Just like there's no proof of all the things that I talk about that have happened to me. It could all just be my imagination, or it could be fantasy. I mean, it's not, but if I'm just on here telling stories, if somebody is just if they haven't had similar experiences, they're just not going to believe it. It just sounds like some weirdo trying to get attention.
Yeah, I wonder if she had some kind of any encounters with any spirits in her youth of some sort that possibly gifted her, or the whole Einstein thing. I want to argue with Einstein about the speed of light, whether it's a constant or not, because I believe that it's not. So do a number of other people.
Yeah, that's a deep subject. I wish I was more educated on it. I know that at some point, like, this all kind of connects to time travel, and I find that really interesting.
It's like Rupert Sheldrake documents how he was on a quest to figure out why that they were trying to hide the speed of light not being a constant. And so I don't remember the official department in England or whatever, but he gets to this guy that's the head of the official thing or whatever. And the guy's like, "Oh yeah, we fixed that by setting the centimeter to the speed of light, so that no matter what the speed of light is, it's like they
always have a clever explanation for shit, man. It just blows my fucking mind.
The formula that they made changes the length of the centimeter to measure the speed of light, so that it's always the same measurement." It's like,
so you said it's artificial.
Well, it's like they're mathematically making the speed of light appear to have the same measurement. It's like so complex.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, artificial. Exactly. Yeah.
It's like their centimeter measurement, so that there is a moving measurement. It's not you can't. In the modern times where it's like, what the fuck? They set the centimeter length to the speed of light in a way that manipulates the equation. I can't even explain the. It's like you'd have to see the Rupert.
I got a metaphor for that shit. You know what that shit reminds me of? You remember that movie? You remember that movie Misery, where she's telling the guy like she's watching that superhero show at the movie theater. And the guy he goes over, he's in the car and he flies over the cliff and the car blows up and booms, and then she sees the next episode and it looks like he escaped. She goes, "That's not how it happened. That's not true. He didn't get out of the cock-a-doodle car."
The movie was hardcore.
And then at some point,
just making shit up. He's like, "You just made that up. I know what I saw."
And then the end where he's like gouging her eyes out. Oh my god,
that movie's definitely intense. Those older Stephen King movies was when he was all hooked on cocaine.
Misery was a scary movie to me because that shit could really happen.
That reminds me of something. You guys know James Cameron, of course. Terminator. Yeah. Well, I guess he came up with a lot of his stuff, like the Terminator thing, for example. He came up with when he had this really bad fever, and he saw the face of the T-800, the cybernetic skeleton underneath the Arnold face, the Terminator. He saw that, and then that kind of gave him the inspiration to the movie. And he's also gotten a lot of his inspiration when he was on acid trips too.
Like seen it in a vision.
Basically, yeah. He had a really bad fever, like to the point where he had to be in the hospital, or I think he might have just been in bed really sick with a high temperature, and that's when he saw that vision, and it turned into the whole Terminator shit, which is very relevant, in my opinion, to kind of what's going on nowadays.
All the AI. All that. Yeah, I think that they're using, it's like the the occultists have made a new god, which is AI. AI is the new god, basically. Aliens and AI. And anybody who believes in the aliens or AI will definitely not.
I agree with that shit. I agree with that
God.
shit. That's why Elon, man, with that chip, man, he's gonna take your soul, man. Remember, I was telling motherfuckers on this show about we'll be having sex with robots, and then I get that article. I at Danny and show Elon's kissing a fucking robot, creating sex robots. That, you know what I'm saying? I told you.
Well, we just got some information that came out about Elon Musk, and I was kind of talking about it on Twitter, but it turns out he's actually a member of what's called the Royal Society.
Huh. Isn't that a scientific British community of I'm pretty sure that's Freemason.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of Rothschilds have been a member of the society, and that just says it all right there.
Yeah, I think that he's definitely a made man, and that I think that
I seriously believe, man, the CIA gave him that Neuralink technology, man, that they've been experimenting with since Delgado.
Well,
I think some of these like attacks and some of these mass killings, man, are some of those kids, man, that they put those chips in, man, and made them trip like that.
Oh,
I really believe that, man. I haven't think the guy who attacked Nancy Pelosi, man. You know, because like they got away from the chemical. Remember we talked about that, like the chemical method, MK Ultra, and then they moved on to the electrical method. So you see these kids being kidnapped and taken away. You know, they could easily be doing those experiments on those kids.
This also goes back to what we were talking about the 9, because the concept of the 9 is that each of these 9 members, they teach a different type of science or knowledge, and every so often they've been rolling out this technology to the rest of humanity. Like every cycle they start to re-release it, and that makes a lot of sense to me, because if you look at technology, it literally looks like it's being slow released to us.
Oh yeah. Well, I wanted to add about the I think that there's possibly nanobots that have been distributed into the atmosphere, and that they're in people's bodies, and that the technology and the people's bodies are already interacting, you know, without our consent.
You know, that's a possibility, man.
I mean, the nanobots, the way they're, it's like when the nanobots that they created, they said themselves that they can't put a battery on the nanobot, so they need a power source. And that I believe when they set up the 5G towers, they set up a parallel power source that was some type of wireless power source to power the nanobots. And that because they did similar shit in the 90s with fucking, you know, the cell phone towers, where they set up the ELF waves, electronic low frequency, which can manipulate the masses.
Yeah. I knew a guy. I mean, sorry to interrupt. This is like,
I was pretty much done.
I knew this guy, and he bought a book called The History of Mind Control, I think it was called, and he read it, and he just like lost his mind, because he started talking about how all the cell towers were actually emitting ELF frequencies. Yeah, this guy flipped his lid. I'd never seen anybody go insane. He literally had a mental split at the end of it. And I mean, I think that there was a lot of mental illness involved, but there's some evidence that this might there's some truth to it, especially with this 5G stuff. It's like the next level of it.
Well, you know, you got to look at it this way, man. We know this shit isn't beneath our government, and we have no idea what type of technology they're fucking with. But we know for a fact, dude, because they haven't done this one time. They've done this shit a series of times, dude. I tell people all the time, man, you can call some motherfucking conspiracy theorists if you want to, but that shit happened. Those hearings happened in the 1970s, man. They did admit to an MK Ultra program, dude. And they did admit to shredding most of the fucking documents, dude. Like, you can type that in. That really happened. There's a real congressional trial about that shit. That's like real. That's a historical fact. So y'all can keep fucking around and thinking our government is on our side and they really love us and they won't do some fucked up shit to us behind our back. And think again, because they've already done it 50 million times. So it's up to us to just wake the fuck up and get rid of these motherfuckers, man. We got to get rid of just about everybody in the in politics in 2024, except for some of the new ones who've been doing more activism than politicking. And I'm being real about that, dude. All the APAC motherfuckers got to go, and all the career ones got to go on both sides.
This kind of has to do with something that a couple of things out. There's like 5 articles I wanted to. They weren't like super long or anything, but one of the articles was about the Hegelian dialect, the double speak, and that, you know, why the politicians are all, you know, it's like the main problem is that they're not operating under the law, and that they're just making up laws, and in the law they have to have what's called the delegation of authority.
No, that's true, dude. They're doing it now, man. Like, you know, like just like, you know, like, it's whatever they say, it's whatever they want to do.
Yeah. Well, in constitutional
especially with
law,
AI now, dude, like, man, they could do so much shit to us, man, and make people believe it, dude. That shit is scary as fuck.
To sum it up, like, in constitutional law, they broke the 10 square mile clause. They extended federal jurisdiction to all the states. They coerced, incorporated each person into a corporation franchisee of the United States corporation in DC, and then they've created tax slaves for a world government that it's all outside of the constitutional boundaries. They have no lawful power that they're, you know, it's like they're just making shit up. They've created the Illuminati plan, and it's not even you know, the head of the Illuminati conspiracy isn't even in our country, and they're operating through their initiates. Whereas but that's why I wanted to get to that double speak. It's like just like 3 paragraphs. You care if I read it really quick?
No. Yeah, man. I'm learning. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is from Congressional Record in 1961. Both problems were solved by a daring extension of the communist infiltration. Keep in mind, the communist movement and the Nazi movement was both made by the same secret societies who had the same agenda, and they were just 2 different cells opposing each other for the synthesis. But anyways, the communist infiltration tactic. The Reds simply infiltrated existing languages as they did into organizations with the intent of using it as a front or of capturing it. They did this by the bold yet simple device of using words already in existence, only giving them their own Communist Party meaning. For example, like the Mason or the Mason or the communist saying, "Are you a fellow traveler?" means nothing to the average person, but means I'm a communist or I'm a Freemason. But anyways, the normal original language constituted a cover for their real messages. By a quick switch from one to the other, they kept us capitalist hicks in the state of utter bafflement, operating with the ease of a card shark at a county fair. This succeeded beyond what must have been their greatest expectations. We swallowed the verbal bait, hook, line, and sinker. What evolved was the code language, which is not to be confused with semantics, double talk, puns, and other artifices in speech and literature. The communists make their utmost use of these too, but in addition, they employ their own Leninist language as distinct from the language that is infiltrated and absorbed, as German is from English or Japanese from Chinese. The international character of the communist conspiracy required a communications media that had the advantages of Esperanto without its complications. The communists, once this had been achieved, were able to stand on rooftops and shout their instructions across the alleyways to distinct agents or proclaim their wants over the radio to their communist colleagues. Keep in mind that this is the same Illuminati technique that was used in France and that the French, which another article I have, the French specifically started the depopulation movement where they killed millions of people, and the second step of the Illuminati murder spree was the Nazis, and then somewhere in between there was the Russian starvation, which they also conspired to do, basically. Damn it, I forget where I was. This way the Reds diverted over whatever conspiratorial purpose they had in mind, disguising it by the ordinary dictionary meaning of the terminology, reaping the propaganda gain while hoodwinking their foes and communicating with their fellow plotters. The code did double duty as red language and as propaganda. The Reds have constantly managed to couple complexity with simplicity this way. This is one of their procedural techniques. That's basically it's like they're using the double speak, pitting the masses against each other by the rich against the poor, and meanwhile they have the spoils of war that they're just feeding off from, gaining wealth off from all of us.
I think a lot of this stuff, like secret language and stuff, it has to do with the church and the persecution of Jews, and how, like, the Rothschilds, for example, I talked about this a couple episodes ago. They had to communicate with other Jews through their own language in order to move goods around and perform business deals. And that's how they gained so much power. Because if anybody saw them growing and accumulating wealth, and some king went in there to take it, they had all these underground connections where they could just move all of their stuff to another country and keep it safe. And then they just start growing again from there. And that's how they took over they created the financial system of the world.
Yeah, it's like the French king and the Pope, when they killed the Templars, they took over a system that was destroying the monarchy in the Vatican, but which was giving peasants interest-free loans, and that afterwards the Vatican and the royal families took over that banking system and up the interest rates. It created they created the system, and
they made a deal with the Rothschilds, the Holy See.
Yeah, well, the Rothschilds, it's like he was poor, the original one, but he was also a member of the Order of the Dragon. And that's the thing about where
this goes back even further.
Well, it's like this interview that William Cooper does, or no, William Cooper does an episode about Art Bell interviewing a 33rd degree Mason, and how Art Bell was a Mason, and how they were hoodwinking the public, and where Art Bell was pretending to play dumb, and that they make a reference to, no common person at Radio Shack could be a 33rd degree Mason and possibly change the world in any way, and like it's like the way they were talking about it, whereas there are people that are out in the world who are common people, but they are the highest degree, like the Zapruder guy that filmed the JFK thing. He was a 33rd. Or like how Jordan Maxwell talks about, he says he was at a hippie festival and some guy walks up and drops 33rd degree ruby pendant on the ground. And, just some guy dressed as a bum, like a hippie.
Yeah, I had a guy that came on this program back when I was doing the show with Michael, like years and years and years ago. This guy was a trip. Like, I think most people that heard the show thought he was just out of his mind, but he went down this whole Masonic rabbit hole, and the most crazy shit ever was happening to him. And there's this thing about 3 white dots. Like, I guess if they're pulling you into their crazy world, they'll constantly present like 3 white dots to you, which I guess also kind of represents the devil. And he said they were like messing with him telepathically and stuff like that.
I've heard similar claims with I think I told you about the story about the guy in the big city like 12 years ago that I bought mushrooms off once, I haven't tripped in like 10 years, but like this dude was a DMT expert. He went all crazy and like died on the freeway, ran into the side of a semi with no shoes on, and like all this, I don't know, but like it's like his friend went all crazy kind of too, and had all these weird ideas about the Masons and the dude's involvement possibly, and it was really bizarre.
They do enough rituals and blood rituals and like chakra activation stuff that they actually become psychic. But I think that the way that they become psychic, there's something demonic about it. Like, there's this demonic hive mind, and it's the most strangest thing that I cannot even describe. It's so weird. It's just like,
I think they lose their minds on top of
No, Daddy, you nailed that, dude. What do every demon say? I'm Legion.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm
10,000
Legion. Yeah, I'm Legion. Yeah, I'm Legion. Yeah, that's hive mind.
See, that's the weird thing about this stuff, because you could have like this god or this demon or whatever, but on some level, it's just like this swirling black mass, and it's just one being. It's kind of like that. You guys remember that movie, Phantoms, based on that book by Dean Koontz, where this shape-shifting goo is just turning into everything, and it's a devil, and it's everything all at once. It can turn into anything. It can present itself any way that it wants, but it's evil.
Yeah, well, you remember the Jesus story about the Legion, right?
Oh yeah, I know that one like almost by heart, because I've been so like studying that just to get any clues about what's going on. But there's mysteries to that story that I don't even understand still. Like, why? Well, did you have a point you were going to make? Sorry, I'm kind of going off.
Oh
here.
no, well, you remember what Jordan Maxwell was saying about how the pigs with the demons in them, and the Legion was in the pigs, and that the flock of pigs went over the ledge.
Yeah, that's what I don't get. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Why?
The abyss,
why do they have to go into pigs?
Well, the thing is though, is that the after part, the abyss has the refume, and that the demons that bred with humans, the fallen angels that bred with humans, lived under the sea, one of the species, because there was the seraphim, or the Rephium, the Nephilim, and then the seraphim. The seraphim were the angels with people, and then I'm pretty sure, and then the Rephium and the Nephilim were the fallen angels that were bred with people.
Okay, I can kind of chain off of that. So you guys, I'm sure you've seen the movie The Da Vinci Code, and you know when they're starting to find out about the Merovingians, they say, oh yeah, there's this family, and they say they were descended from a sea beast. Like, there's actually a mystery there, because all creatures like satyrs or centaurs or all these other weird creatures were actually Nephilim, and including the mermaids. Like, the mermaids are their own.
And the
Merovingian family, Merovingian Mer, they're actually related to mermaids. Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Robert.
Even when you go back to Alexander the Great, right? Because like he and his father had conflict, right? Because according to the legend surrounding his origin, right, his mother was seen making love to a big gigantic snake, right? So it was like this doubt of whether or not he was the king's child, and whether or not he was actually a child of Zeus or something to that effect, like that.
And that's in line. Yeah, that's definitely in line.
I was gonna say
the whole thing.
There reminds me of Conan, where Conan the Serpent Cult. The movie Conan, I think, is an occult made movie, but the Conan, the symbol he wears on his neck is an 8-pointed star, and that's the symbol of Ishtar. But on the other note, oh damn it, what the hell was I gonna say? What were we just talking about?
Serpent cults, because there were serpent cults in that
I wrote it down. The serpent-legged people. There was queens. One of the Chris Everard documents some king in Europe that married a Middle Eastern queen who had serpent legs, and that there was other cases of that where, it's similar to the Medusa story and other stuff, but
Medusa was a Gorgon, and in a way they were kind of like their own species.
Yeah, but damn, I forget where I was going with that serpent leg thing. It was like had to do with the royal families and how they were the possibility
You know
of
what? You know why Medusa got fucked off, right?
She was too damn sexy.
No. Well, you kind of there, yeah. But she basically, man, had sex in the temple of Aphrodite, and that pissed Aphrodite off, and then Aphrodite turned her, changed her into Medusa.
That's interesting.
Didn't Aphrodite like eventually cut her head off and make a shield out of her head or something like that?
No, that was Perseus, right? That was Perseus' task,
Perseus
right?
did that.
Yeah,
That's
remember because because Perseus got the shit, because Perseus got like 3 gifts from his father, right? And his father is Zeus, right? And you saw this in Clash of the Titans, right? He got Athena's, like, not Athena's real owl, but Athena had a Festus make him a mechanical owl, right? And then also, right, he got a shield, right? That I guess like Medusa's blood couldn't destroy the shield or something like that, because remember, blood was like highly acidic, right? And he got a sword, right? And he also got Athena's helmet of invisibility, right? So I think it was 4 items basically.
Oh yeah,
right.
You remember?
So he used the shield to look at Medusa by not looking at her directly, and there he used the sword to cut off her head, right? Because even in death, right, she could still turn you into stone, right? Even if her hair is detached from her body, right? And see, it was actually like an idea that was a strategic masterpiece, basically, right? Because the Kraken was basically indestructible, right? So you could have all the shields and armor and spears and arrows. You're not gonna fuck off the Kraken once the Kraken gets into your ass, right? But if you turn the Kraken into stone, right, then you could get his ass, right? And that's exactly what he did, right? So it's just the Greek myths are awesome, dude, but that's basically the story behind it.
I think there's something to that owl too, that little robot owl.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, it has to do with the owl has to do with Isis, but the star mythology where like Medusa was the star Algol after her head was cut off, and the what's interesting is Ishtar is the star Sirius, but like it's like that guy who had his hand cut off in the movie. He was Mars, and in the Viking lore, Mars has his hand cut off too, but except it's bit off by the wolf Fenrir, and that the like Zeus is Kronos, I'm pretty sure, which is Saturn.
No, Kronos is Zeus's father. See, because you had the Titans before you had the Olympians, right? And remember, it was prophesied, right? To Cronus, right? There was a prophecy, right? Because they called him Uranus too, and then he had his mother Leda, which was the Earth, basically, right? So it was prophesied, right, that Cronus' son would overthrow him, just like Cronus overthrew his father, right? So every time Letus would have a child, Cronus would swallow the child, right?
Yeah, and they say that Cronus is Saturn, I believe. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
And then Zeus, like, we were in the age of Saturn. That's where a lot of the Saturn stuff comes from. People think it's evil, but actually the age of Saturn was a more peaceful time on the earth. But after his son killed him, that's when we entered into the current age, which is the age of Zeus.
Well, it's like the celestial religion, I believe. It's like how like Aries, the ruling planet of Aries was Mars, and then before that was the I don't remember how many it would take to get to the ruling planet of Saturn is Capricorn, or the ruling planet for Capricorn is Saturn, and that like
weird.
Yeah, like that each age was also not just a zodiac, but also a planet associated with the zodiac. The ruling.
When I was doing that channeling, I mean, I don't like to talk about this stuff because people kind of like get freaked out by it. But when I was channeling, I got this message, and it just said, "We are the Capricorn."
Well, that's interesting. The Capricorn is the water goat. It's The whole.
And where did the Merovingians come from? A sea beast.
Well, the
Weird
thing
shit.
about it is that it if you were to keep everything the most down to earth you could possibly keep it still ends up being a star story, like star map stories that are incredibly intricate about which planets and stars came first, second, third, and so on. And then it's also encoded with like other mysteries that, like, for example, the Greek mysteries, where each god who was a planet had like a spear, but each spear had more points, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like Neptune was the 3-pointed one, I believe. And that I think there's some kind of
because
mystery.
Neptune is Poseidon, or is he his cousin? They're the same guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, some of the people, it's like
and Enki is Poseidon and also Neptune, and the trident, the 3 points. That's why in some people's beliefs that the trident or the number 3 represents the devil, because the devil said to carry like a pitchfork with 3 points on it. So that's kind of why it's all connected together. Like I'm just going back a little further.
Think about the ocean too, man. It's like dark, murky. It's full of all these like vicious sea creatures.
That Leviathan that you were mentioning,
the unknown,
earlier.
Mysterious.
Leviathan's part of it, absolutely.
Well, the Leviathan was that's associated with the there's a constellation, and that but there's also a damn it, I got smoke in my eye.
Well, okay. Also, like the whirlpools that you see in the sea, that's chaos. Basically, that represents chaos. That's the swirling, kind of like the swastika or that pedophile symbol. Like that's a universal symbol that you see repeated here and again and again and again. And the Leviathan is also represented by that symbol because he's a being of chaos.
Yeah, well, I think the occultists worship Leviathan and Abaddon and Moloch, and I think it's like the Illuminati was a compilation of not just, it was like self-indulgent mixed with the old mysteries of all pagan religions. And
I think I had this conversation with both of you guys separately offline, but I've said stuff like there's these bloodlines, there's like what we think of as good and evil, and then there's like this third party, which is just this chaos, because chaos is like the Titans, the Leviathan. It's basically what the gods had to conquer and make order out of in order to create the system that we live in today.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like the Masons of modern times, they have many gods where it's like they lay the wine and the grain on the cornerstone for Baal and the other one, and that there's many gods in the lodge, the symbols of the lodge, where even the lodge itself is like a symbol of the female god. And that's why it's like a womb where the initiate is rebirthed out of the temple womb.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff goes like so deep that you hit a point where it's literally like your thinking and your consciousness has to change just to understand it, because these secrets that these people keep are so weird and so alien. That's why it takes years and decades to really wrap your head around it and understand it, because they say if you read too many esoteric books too fast, or you're inducted into too much initiation too fast, you will go insane, you will lose your mind, and you'll lose yourself forever. That's why they have degrees of initiation. It's not necessarily all about secrecy. It's about taking it easy on the human mind so that it doesn't break.
Well, in a way, though, it's kind of designed to make the candidate break, where then they can remold the candidate into what they want.
Oh yeah, you're talking about alter MK Ultra.
Well, like Albert Pike wrote that the degrees, the initiate was fooled on purpose to and that the system that they use is ancient. It's an ancient system of shaping the candidate into the it's like people say that the Hashashim system may have leaked into part of Templarism, which then eventually somehow
it did. That's the origin of Luciferianism and devil worship, is the East meeting the West. That's why when we were having that conversation the other day when you're on the show, I was like starting to have an epiphany. I was like, you know what? I don't think the Templars are the Masons anymore. I think they're just like their own thing.
Are you familiar with the I believe it's called El Hajjaj? Or the Dajjal, I think it's
the
called.
Dajjal. Yeah, that's the Antichrist. The one
Yeah.
Dajjal.
Yeah, I think that in the old Aramaic, it's like, I don't remember who said it or where I read it or whatever, but they considered the zodiac signs the demons. They were the Dajjin. In the Old Testament, part of the reason I don't adhere to Old Testament, one is because Jehovah was a dragon, and two is that in the beginning, God made man in his image, and that the original words was Elohim, which in Hebrew, El was Saturn, and then Lohim in Hebrew, the original context, meant plural 72 times, which was a symbol of the sun, 72, because of the 5-degree angles that the ancient people divided into, and that like the the Elohim making man in his image, I believe, was a reference to the person being born in the zodiac sign, because the having to do with the old god religion, and then I believe in the New Testament that the Jesus worshipers were saying that the people had the mark of a beast because in Greek or Latin, I can't remember which, zodion means beast or animal, and so they were warning not to have
that
the
opens
mark
up
of
a
the beast.
whole can of worms. That right there.
And
That's I haven't heard it put that way before. Like the mark of the beast has something to do with the zodiac. What?
Yeah, because the zodiac they're beasts, and that the people, the Aramaic believed that the zodiacs were jinns, fire demons.
I was about to start playing my harmonica and go mind blowing. I just had another mind blowing moment of the day.
It's like you can go up to any atheist person and ask them, "Do you believe in a religion?" And they will say no. And then you will ask them, "Do you believe in the zodiac?" And they will say yes. And then you ask them, "Do you know the zodiac is a religion?" And they get completely insulted because you threw truth in their face.
Well, there's also the fact that the ages are divided into the zodiac. Like,
the eons.
Exodus. I don't know if I have this exactly right, but the reason why.
But atheists are religion. Atheism is religion, though, too, man. I remember Alan Watts once said
it's a belief.
Alan Watts referred to it this way. There is no God, and I'm His prophet.
Even the sense that they believe there's no God.
Yeah, there is no God, and I'm His prophet.
But remember when the Hebrews were like rebelling and they make that calf out of gold? That was supposed to symbolize they were worshiping the old age, like the age of the calf, instead of the new age that they're entering into, the age of the ram. I think I might have that backwards, but something like that. It has to do with the changing over of the age.
Yeah. Well, the cow, though, see, the cow in the Greek was the bull that was slain by what's his name? Oh, damn it! I can't believe I'm forgetting this.
By the
Dionysus.
Way, quick little note. I did invite Jin to join us on this show, and he was not able to make it because he's filming he's recording a different podcast. But he's going to try to make it here like next week or the next one.
Oh, hell yeah!
On the panel or for another show?
Panel.
I invited.
Awesome, man. Love you. Let's do it.
I told Jamie she should come on this show. She said possibly.
Yeah, bring her on.
She's a pretty smart chick. I mean, like, there's not too many.
We need more feminine energy. Dan has said that plenty of times to me.
We had a female guest tonight, and we got one next week.
was like, she believes.
And by the
that-
way, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and hit the like button. But please hit the subscribe button and get others to do so too. It's free, doesn't cost you anything. Just click it, man, and show some love.
Please subscribe.
Subscribe on everything. If you're already subscribed, go subscribe on everything else.
But she believes that that major celebrities are being used by occultists as embodiments of deities, possibly.
Yes, that is
and
good.
It's pretty interesting. I mean, she was talking about this weird. It's crazy how obsessed she is with.
Yeah,
some
because that goes back to what I was
but-
saying about Rihanna. She does that song where she goes, "What's my name in Nana? What's my name in Nana?" She's calling herself
Well, she even
Nana.
in that magazine, she had a photo shoot where she had the serpents of Medusa on her head.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that one.
Yeah,
And then there
I
was that
saved the
Super Bowl
picture.
show where they're like lifting her up into the heavens and she's wearing that red dress.
Oh yeah. Well, then she has the album that says 777.
Like Aleister Crowley.
Yeah. I don't know if I ever told you a dark story about this chick I knew that died, and she claimed that Rihanna was talking to her through the songs, and it was fucked up. It was this chick was rich. Like her dad was this chick, I think I told you this part. This chick claimed that she came over to my house one day where like 7 people standing on the deck smoking a joint, and then she flat out says, "The DeVosses raped me," and we're all like, "What?" It was crazy, and like we didn't know if she was crazy or if it was real, or like, because she was so crazy. I mean, like, and like it was fucked up. It's like she thought Rihanna was talking to her in the songs, and then she committed suicide, and it was incredibly dark, and it was really creepy.
There's definitely something about Rihanna. She's definitely bloodline. I mean, the list goes on and on of the, even our guest earlier was talking about it. These stars. There's an old, sorry, I'm being tongue tied. The old Britney Spears. I drank way too much caffeine. The old Britney Spears video. Not the one where she's like a little schoolgirl, like as perverted as that one is. There's another one where she's wearing like this red, like plastic or latex like suit type of thing. And she's dancing around and stuff, and they're like lifting her up off the ground and like this weird cage type of thing. And then she's on the ground, and behind her is that 8-pointed star that I believe actually represents Inanna or Ishtar or Venus.
Yeah, like the Conan necklace.
Pretty much, I believe it's probably. I mean, I had to see the Conan necklace, but I believe it's the exact same thing.
Yeah, and the whole Conan movie is like, he's fighting the serpent cult that killed his parents, destroyed his religion, destroyed his culture. And that's what the serpent cult does. It's destroyed, it's like the Roman Empire is the serpent cult. The fucking oldest seal of Rome and the Vatican is a red dragon. I've got a picture of it. I mean, I wish I could dig it up, but like, the folder.
And that's what they also worship in China, the dragon, red dragon.
Yeah, I think that the secret societies, showed the highest people in other countries their dialogue and so forth, and indoctrinated them, and that's why you see Masonic lodges in Japan and shit. And
yeah, that's freaky. Like you go drive out into the middle of nowhere in some lonely town up in the mountains, and they don't even have a McDonald's. But you turn around and you see like this fancy Masonic lodge, like, oh, okay. Even here.
Well, it's like the triads, the Yakuza. I believe that they were absorbed by the Masonic mafia, basically.
Well, they'd have to be, because we know that, I said this before on the program. We know that the CCP completely controls China. Like they've got it locked down. Every person is being watched electronically, blah, blah, blah. How would the triads be able to operate and exist unless they were the CCP, they were the government, or they were the Illuminati?
Well, I believe CCP is a product of the Illuminati in England and Rome, and that they're
I wouldn't think that, but after you kind of showed those, like the color red and the communists and the red shields and the red dragon, all that,
yeah,
I'd have to concur because all this stuff is just lining right up. The
it's like
dots are connecting.
it's like the rich capitalize off communism by exploiting countries, and the rich right now are getting away with child labor in Asia, and all part of the Communist Manifesto of a world free trade to destroy the middle class, and that because there's it's not a coincidence that Elon Musk is buying lithium for the batteries from China, which is mined by children, and fucking this new world order is operating the way it does, where it leaches a country dry. China's literally given immunity from pollution by the UN when we're supposedly in a crisis of global warming and pollution, but yet they give China full immunity to pollute as much as they possibly want, and then they only buy from China, and they make more and more imports from China.
Yeah, talk about feeding our enemy. I mean, not that they're our enemy per se.
Well,
I did want to talk about like some news stories. I definitely do not want to go 5-6 hours tonight. I definitely probably want to keep it at 4.5 hours, but I do have a couple news stories that I want to talk about. The first one, have you guys seen the Madonna video that just came out where she's joking around about how she needs to drink more adrenochrome?
Oh, what is adrenochrome?
So adrenochrome, a lot of people
Whoa.
probably first heard about it watching the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It's a literal drug that is mined from the human body and the brain. And the conspiracy theory goes that, not that I believe it's a theory, that they are actually, one of the reasons they're abducting these children in huge number, and they're not just like molesting them and sacrificing them to the devil, although that's part of it, but they're also harvesting a chemical compound called adrenal. Yeah, they're farming it from them, and they're actually getting high off of this stuff, and it's a form of life extension as well. Maybe not even the adrenochrome itself, or it might be doing that, but there's other components in children's blood that can be used to basically keep somebody anew, to keep their body functioning. Like, for example, LeBron James, he's taking, I think it's stem cells, and he's taking injections of those. I don't know how often he's doing it, but he's doing it so that he can play basketball longer. But these ancient cults, like probably the Order of the Dragon and cults of that nature, they have this long history. This is where a lot of the vampire stuff comes from, of harvesting blood from other humans, specifically children, so that they can make potions using their stem cells and things like that, the adrenochrome as well, and keep themselves, get high off of it, and also keep themselves younger. That's it in a nutshell, with me drinking lots of caffeine.
Yeah, they drink the blood. They take baths in it. The Order of the Dragon was
like
in Europe.
Bathory.
Yeah, she took blood baths from young women. It's like that
Prince
lady.
Charles is part of the Order of the Bath.
Oh yeah, well they're all orders of so many different groups, like the Knights of Malta, the Order of the Order of the Garter. But it's like that lady in Louisiana where that Madam, what's her name, that American Horror Stories was made after, where she killed all these slaves and shit, and she was an occultist, and she was, probably drinking their blood and eating their flesh, and like doing, all the occultists are into the most disgusting habits.
Yeah, it goes back to the Jews going into Palestine or Israel in order to kill the Canaanites because they were sacrificing children, drinking blood, and eating flesh.
Well, I think that the occultists are like they think that it's like when they got all this money and they just turn into weird sickos that just literally want to like be cannibals and eat poop and stuff, and like
Eat
it's like,
shit. Okay.
yeah, it's like they're doing the most disgusting things, it's like what William Cooper says about the Illuminati, where the Illuminati were indulging in the most, the most indulgent behavior, and like that they were the
Remember
whole like,
that guy after the Eagles won the Super Bowl years and years ago where he ate that huge pile of horse shit and it was all stuck to his teeth and he was smiling at the camera?
Jesus.
That was sick.
Yeah, they get people they're just running around making fools out of all of us.
Well, the elite, they used to eat mummy dust and mummy parts because they felt that it would give them, longevity or powers or something like
Yeah.
that.
Well, it's like the elite of lots of cultures always believed blood was the essence to the god when they were feeding the sun gods and so forth.
Yeah, because the gods demanded blood sacrifice. But why is Madonna saying this? Why is she?
Well, she's a
hinting? Is she
Kabbalist.
just messing with us, or
She's,
is she really drinking adrenochrome behind closed doors?
Well, I'm not sure if she's drinking adrenochrome, but she's definitely an occultist who, practices ceremonial magic in her performances, and she openly admits to being a Kabbalist, which Kabbalism is people associate it with Jewish people, but it's not. It's the religion of Babylon, which was recorded by Jewish slaves in Babylon who were writing down the secret religion of Babylon, and then they encoded it so it would never be. They wanted to keep it but encode it so people couldn't read it because it was like a disease of words. It's like it's like in the Amazon jungle. Terrence McKenna says the natives had this term for a disease made out of words, and that you could only catch the disease if you knew the language, and that it's like how politics have such a power over people. It's a disease of words. The people hear the language, and then it makes them have symptoms of insanity, basically.
Well, I do have another topic I wanted to talk about. This is the last one, but this is more like, as opposed to a news thing, this is something I came across personally. But I was on Reddit and there's this girl on there and she looks young. She's probably like, I don't know, she could even be like a teenager, although she's getting a tattoo, so she must be at least 21. But she's getting the sigil of Lucifer tattooed under her eyeball, like right on her cheek. And I was thinking to myself, holy shit, that's going to be there. Like, she thinks this is cool. And she thinks she's being all like gothic and rebellious, et cetera, et cetera. But I've had some experiences with this sigil, and what she's doing is a very bad idea because sigils are incredibly powerful, and she's literally going to be walking around for the rest.
Sigil magic is real strong magic. It's like the most common form too, because it's very easy to do.
Yeah, exactly. So like every time she looks in the mirror, she's going to be channeling Lucifer or connecting to him. And that's disturbing to me because I remember go ahead, Clint.
Well, the fact that the Albert Pike letter to Mazzini, where they specifically say that the masses, after the clash between the atheists and the nihilists, there will be the open worship of Lucifer, and that it's like my example of the festivals. You could go to any festival and ask any random person with a flower of life tattoo, ask them if they believe that they are a god, and they'll say yes. And then if you ask them, are we all one? They'll say yes. And those are the two beliefs of the Luciferian philosophy. They believe the Luciferian philosophy. They wear the mark of the flower of life. The Luciferian religion has already been given to the masses and made popular.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, look at even what's out there. Like, there's this whole TV show, Lucifer, where he's like this funny, zany guy that's misunderstood, and he's helping the police solve crimes, and he's hilarious. Like you can't help but like love Lucifer and the idea of Lucifer after watching this TV show, like especially if you become a fan of it. Like, what does that do to society where all of a sudden the devil is like inverted and now he's the victim and he's a nice guy, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, plus they made another one called Lucy, a movie. It was about a female character who had like godlike powers, and that, you know, it was a symbol of Lucifer. Her
I think
name.
we were talking about that last week, where she's like, is that the one where she's
Todd that was Todd's movie, Lucy.
Oh, that was Todd. That's right.
That was Todd's movie. Yeah, I remember that.
It's like the idea of mutants and like the comic book stuff, where mutants they had godlike powers that could have been, you know, if it wasn't independently done by people and their creative imaginations, it could have been a psychological operation to convince the masses into a God is man type belief system.
Yeah, there's a whole thing there. And another way that like I became kind of enthralled with this dark stuff was through music. Like this whole like heavy metal, Satan, Lucifer thing. Satanism and Luciferianism.
Play the record backwards, that type of shit.
What was that, Dr. Robert?
Play the record backwards, that type of shit.
Yeah, exactly. Like even going back to Led Zeppelin. And that doesn't leave out the world of rap and hip hop either, because there's just as much devil worship, just as much Luciferianism in the rap world as well. You're seeing it more and more. Like even
it's nothing. It's not in some rap lyrics. It's not, they're just preaching death. You know, it's just like death magic. You know, behind a frequency and a beat.
Well, what was that concert recently where the people got trampled?
Travis Scott, I believe.
Yeah, where like the whole vibe, people, there's videos where they were saying way more people got hurt than what was on the news.
And you know, it's true, man. It's a trip how like, you don't have to be deep to understand the effect on music on the human psychology, man. Like even in war, you have the drums, like all that shit is designed for that, dude. It hypes you up. Music hypes you up. Everybody has their theme song. Music that gets them excited, makes them want to fight, makes them feel strong, makes them feel superior. You know what I mean? Like we know for a fact music does that to you, dude. It has this hypnotic effect on you. Like, look at babies, man. Like you don't even have to teach your baby how to fucking dance, dude. Baby start hearing the music, boy. If you've been around kids, baby start just moving their hips, shaking up and down. Honey, man, it's a lot of magic in fucking music, dude. Like a lot of magic, man.
But then they I believe that they're indoctrinating the masses through songs and music videos, and it's like it's like there's a music video where a guy gives the devil a lap dance, and that's
oh man, I forgot his name.
Little Drake or something, or little
Nas. Little Nas.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
That video. If you watch it from start to finish, not only is he like molesting the devil or getting molested by the devil, but in the beginning, it's
if you flip, you flop. If you flip, you flop.
And the snake is there, right? Like the snake from the Garden of Eden, but it's this tall reptilian guy that's walking around, kind of like the Hebrew Bible says, the snake Nahash with the legs and all that. And he's got a third eye. He's got like a third eye, like on his forehead. They're trying to tell us something with that video.
I mean, some of it could just be people trying to be cool and copying the occult. It could also be
a gray area from the world of occult and secret societies, and then the world of the exoteric world. In between that, not only are there real occultists, but there's also wannabes and people that are trying to break into it, or people that just think it's cool, which is part of how they lure people into the devil worship.
Oh yeah. Well, you're familiar with Operation Mockingbird, right?
That's with the media, right? With the media.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's a parallel operation where that's similar to the Michael Aquino situation, to where, except for pop stars, to where the military might have psychological special forces officers pretending to be pop stars and then indoctrinating the masses into the occult.
I heard the Eminem song "Mockingbird" is about that.
Well, it's like you got to think Eminem, 2 M's, Master Mason, and then he's from Detroit. Detroit has the largest Masonic temple in the world in Detroit. And that it's like Marilyn Manson, 2 M's, and then he sits on a throne that's a Masonic chair, and then he wears a Masonic ring on one hand and a pentagram on the other.
And he was given a special position in the Church of Satan.
Oh yeah, and it's not just current stuff too. It goes back to like Frank Sinatra and the 3 guys that he had singing with him. One of
Sammy
them,
Davis.
yeah, Sammy Davis was a Luciferian, but he was also a Knights of Malta, and that brings up. See, it's like all the occult. It's all interwoven. Like one person is not just a member of one society. It's like William Cooper says, Freemasonry is like a high school, and then all the other occult societies are like the colleges, and they recruit from Freemasonry, and that. People will
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
People will remain members of Freemasonry, and then enact they will do what the other secret societies want them to do and use Masonry as a tool. You see, it's like
yeah, I've kind of looked into the Marilyn Manson thing, and even just watching his albums or listening to his songs, you'll constantly pick up like occult stuff. And you can only conclude that this guy knows his shit, like really on a deep level. Like, for example, on his last album, there's a song called "We Are Chaos," which is basically, getting into all the chaos thing. He wrote another song called "Spade," which is probably the best vampire song ever written. So he's probably some kind of Luciferian vampire and definitely connected to the Masons.
Oh yeah. It's like my cousin was 5 years older than me, and he went to Marilyn Manson concerts in the 90s, and he said at one of the concerts that the band wouldn't play unless they trampled a puppy in the audience, and that there was rumors of Marilyn Manson eating pee and vomit and feces and like.
You mean drinking pee?
Yeah.
I think there's an album cover where it shows like these tubes coming off like 2 of his band members' dicks and then going into his mouth.
Oh yeah, I mean, it could all just. It's one of his earliest pictures. He's pictured with Anton LaVey in Florida before he was famous, and that I think these people are handpicked by the occultists and then risen to power. Because of they just happen to like the person or something.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. He's probably bloodline. He's probably like a Rothschild cousin or something like that.
Yeah, he could be.
Yeah, he was performing oral on his bandmates on stage, and that's a documented fact. People.
Wait, who was doing that?
Marilyn Manson.
What?
Yeah,
just like
didn't go to jail.
People will deny it today, but keep in mind this was in the era of like shock jocks and shock rock stars and stuff like that, and they do things in their concerts that people don't even remember nowadays. You'd have to be somebody that was at one of those concerts back in the 90s.
Oh yeah,
went on.
Well, they would like pass a bucket around and everyone would spit in it and then they would drink it, or like but these disgusting acts. It's like Crowley wrote about the sex magic. In that they may be performing sex magic on stage to the masses. I'm not for sure what reason.
They say porn films is a form of sex magic. I believe that.
I agree.
Yeah, definitely could be possible.
Especially if it's like real vile shit or like S&M violent shit. Definitely.
Not just in general, man. Like it takes control of your mind. You're obsessed with it. It possesses you.
The desensitization.
Yeah, all that too. Yeah. Oh, you know what they tied impotence to? My brother Charles, man, who was on the show one time, man. He read a study, man, and he said, man, the leading cause of impotence in males in America is porn. Like you get so desensitized that you can't get it up anymore.
I believe it. Like porn warps your mind. Like you start out just like looking at underwear ads, and then next thing you know, you're like watching lesbians and stuff like that. It just gets worse and worse. And I think a lot of these people end up getting into kiddie porn.
Oh yeah, that's definitely gross.
Because they constantly need like worse and worse shit. So, you know, eventually they get to animals and like bestiality and violent stuff. And then like where else can you go if it's all about like pushing it further into vile, taboo sort of material? Like that's maybe that's how pedophiles are created.
I think that's why this Epstein thing, it's like it's been made such a huge deal, but no one will address it. And just recently they're like, oh, we'll release the client list, but we're not going to release 3 names. And it's like, well, what the fuck? Like, who are the 3 names? Like, why are they, you know, it's like, what, you know, unless they're under protective witness a program, you know, if there's some kind of witness, that would be the only legal reason why they could withhold 3 names.
And it's got to be 3, like the devil's number.
Well, it's like they've done so much weird shit with the mainstream media where like you wonder about how many, because it's like that documentary done by Scott Onslaught called Secrets in Plain Sight, where so many monuments and shit and so many buildings had, you know, the measurements of occult numbers 666 365, you know, 888 or 881. There's so many of the occult numbers, even the Kabbalist numbers, you know, encoded into the distances of the buildings and the heights and the idea that Freeman puts forth of geomancy. And then he shows this like park in Tennessee, and it's like the park has a special kind of bell called a carillon, and that the bell, the park though itself was in the shape of a sigil of Asmodeus, one of the sigils. I can't remember which one. But the
I think that's right. Asmodeus.
Sigil. No, it was a different one. It was shaped kind of like a triangle, but it doesn't matter which one though. But
but Nike, Adidas, all those things are sigils, man. Like sigils don't, like all those are potentially sigils, man. And that's why they use symbols like that. They learned that from the Nazis.
Oh yeah, well Nike was
because the swastika is definitely a true and genuine sigil, dude.
Well, that's a tetragrammaton, just like the Jewish word of God.
And
but they powered, but they did those like those mass murders of Jewish people, dude. That was the ritual, dude. It was a death ritual.
Oh yeah, well,
and that death was powering the swastika.
And the Nike symbol is Saturn as well.
Well, what was that? That ritual, the ritual death of the Nazis. I wanted to read this like 2-paragraph thing about the. Damn it! I saved too many memes. usually I don't even save memes.
Well, what are you puffing on?
This is okay.
What strain are you smoking, Clint?
What are you puffing on?
Just some sativa. That I can't.
Ooh, man, I bet it's good too, man. Because as you coughing like a motherfucker, man.
It's
like clinic box
stuff.
This
like grapefruit.
Oh yeah, this stuff's pretty sweet, like candy. But okay, so page 45 of Nesta Webster's book called World Revolution, and this chapter is on the French Revolution. Damn it. Okay. I'll start at the paragraph. Okay, that this plan really existed, it is impossible to doubt. I need to read better. It is impossible to doubt in the face of overwhelming contemporary evidence. In the French Revolution, I quoted in this connection the testimony of no less than 22 witnesses, all revolutionaries. And since then, I have found further corroboration of the fact that the letters of an Englishman named Redhead York, who traveled in France in 1802 and made particular inquiries on the question from the ally of Robespierre, the painter David. I asked him whether it was true that the project had in contemplation to reduce the population of France to 1/3 of its present number. He answered that it had been seriously discussed and that Dubious Crancet was the author. In another passage, York states, Monsieur de la Metherie assured me that during the time of the revolutionary tribunals, it was a serious contemplation to reduce the population of France to 14 million.
Man, I'm starting to buy into that a lot more, man. When you think about like voting.
Well, hold on. There's one more paragraph.
Okay, yeah. Let's talk about it.
Dubious Crancet was a very distinguished and enthusiastic partisan of this humane and philosophical policy. It will be noticed that there is here a discrepancy in the exact figures, the population of France at that period being 25 million. The proposal to reduce it by 1/3 was to bring it down to approximately 8 millions. The difference then lies between the project. The point, though, is that they reduced millions of people. They killed millions of people, and that it was the first step of the Illuminati plan in France. And the second step was the Nazis, and somewhere in between was the Russian 40 million people starvation, and then the current one is the fourth step, which is the Middle Eastern plan, where the genocide of certain races of people that they are basing off their 12 tribes of Israel religion, where excuse me but it's like these deaths that are being dealt out by these death cults, the Illuminati plans, because they damn it, this is another paragraph from it. At the same time, still following faithfully in the footsteps of Weishaupt, our Illuminati are careful to win the sympathy of quote, those who have been hankering for religion, end quote, by telling off a few of their numbers to profess the doctrines of Christian socialism. Thus, Mr. Lansbury, returning from the land whose government has adopted as its motto, quote, religion is the opium of the people to the people, end quote, where the churches have been desecrated and Christians crucified for their faith, proclaims in the same breath his allegiance to Christ and Lenin. Babel, the German socialist, was more honest when he declared, quote, Christianity and socialism stand towards each other as fire and water, end quote. Yet in the face of such declarations, we find a dignitary of the Church of England proclaiming that, quote, if Christ to earth today, he would be a Bolshevik, end quote. You see the irony. The priest is saying Christianity and socialism are totally against each other like fire and water. But then in a different breath, he's saying that Jesus was a Bolshevik Marxist. See, that's the double talk of the Hegelian dialect. And then there's like one more sentence. Can we not hear again the exalting tones of Weishaupt saying, quote, this is Adam Weishaupt speaking, the most admirable thing of all is the great Protestant and Reformed theologians who belong to our order really believe they see in it the true and genuine mind of the Christian religion. Oh man, what cannot you be brought to believe? You see, that's what's going on. It's dangerous and it's fucked up, and they're using the religions and they're persuading the masses, and it's incredibly dangerous because the Illuminati is real, and they are, running
It's
the show.
definitely real, and it blows my mind that I could have conversations with people day to day, and they're like, "Oh, you believe in Illuminati? Oh my God, you're dumb. You believe in conspiracy theories?" I'm like,
Oh,
I mean, what in the fuck do these motherfuckers think Skull and Bones is? I mean,
Yeah, there you
like
go. Bohemian Grove.
the Jesuits.
the CIA is technically a secret society, the Secret Service. It's
Oh,
in
yeah.
the name, the Secret Service.
Or people that don't believe in the New World Order. What the fuck do they think the League of Nations or the United Nations is?
Oh yeah, that was the world government was created by the occultists and the communists and the socialist Nazis, like combined, and that the fact that they think they're all enemies. Same with the Vatican. It's like people think the occultists are separate from the Vatican, but the Vatican is the occultists and the Vatican is the Illuminati, where they brought the Illuminati from Spain to kill him, Ignatius Loyola, and then he became the head of the Jesuits, and then the Jesuits made more Illuminati, and Adam Weishaupt was a Jesuit, and he was the Bavarian Illuminati sect that was created by the Vatican.
Yeah, exactly. And that whole thing, it has Jesuits and Rothschilds working together.
Yeah, it's like the Illuminati doctrine. It was rebranded later in Russia as the Communist Manifesto, and that they were doing the Illuminati's work in Russia through the Masonic lodges, where every high person in the Bolshevik Revolution was a highly degreed Mason.
They do this thing where they, just like the Carolinians usurped the Merovingians and stole their bloodline, they murdered the Tsar in Russia because he was really true royalty, whereas these Illuminati people, or so-called Illuminati, they're obsessed with replacing royal families with their own bloodlines. That's what they did in England as well. And it's like, I ask myself, okay, does this mean that the original royalty, are they like the good guys, like the real Jews? I mean, that's got to be.
Well, all the original royalty are peasants now. I mean, so many people are related to the original royalty. And
it says in the book of Revelations that the merchants are the ones that will take over. It's like the royalty has been usurped by the money makers.
Well, merchant in Babylon was Cana. Cana meant merchant, and it's like the system of the occult was brought from Phoenicia, Cana, just like Jordan Maxwell says. They were merchant bankers, and that the Masons are bankers, and there's guilds with banker guilds, and every type of thing you could think of, there's a guild for, and that the secret societies are making sure that only their members get jobs in these positions.
And that's how I think it works.
Yeah, that's just. I mean, when you look at Skull and Bones, that's the perfect evidence.
Yeah, because that's why we see so much racism.
They control all the pillars of power, dude. Like all.
Well, there's so much racism because the secret societies, certain sects don't allow anyone that's not white, and to this day, and that fucking, that's why there's it's crazy. It's like and then for basically anybody who proclaims himself to be a black leader, if they're a member of the Masonic Lodge, they can't possibly represent black people because they hail to a brotherhood that's based on racism, where it's the Illuminati.
I agree with that 100. I agree with that 100%, because like that's something that black people ask themselves all the time, because like we technically have more wealth like in individuals than we had in a long time. Like we have a handful of black billionaires, a lot of black people with millions, but you notice like very few actually do anything to like rebuild the community, or change our conditions. They actually move out. And I think that's part of the stipulation of being allowed to have that kind of power as a black person. It's like this unforeseen sort of understanding that you will not use it to empower your people.
Well, I think that I mean, this is a radical thought to some people, but I think that Bill Cosby was set up because he was against black people acting a certain way. He was against the hood mentality, and it's like,
No, but you can go deeper
Illuminati-
than that, though, man. He was actually trying to buy a network, dude.
huh?
A
I didn't
TV
know
network.
that. This is
Yeah, that's
interesting.
why,
This is something
yeah.
I never heard before.
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
trying to
it's
buy a
like-
TV network. I heard, don't quote me on that, but I think that's what I heard before. Because I also hear a lot of shit too in the hood and the streets and shit like that. So I do some research. So don't quote me on it, but that's something I did hear.
Yeah, it's like the real truth on certain subjects never gets out, and like how everybody thinks OJ was a murderer. I always thought he was innocent, and then OJ Simpson, and then
Yeah,
later,
like I haven't really heard many people that believe that OJ was innocent.
well, later
I do.
Well, on the
Really?
current internet,
Yeah, I'll tell you why,
people,
too.
well, hold up, people had the same idea that I did, was that OJ's kid did it, and that he was taking the blame for his kid, and for all the evidence points to OJ's kid, and it's like he was willing to take that blame for his kid. That's hardcore.
I had a professor named David Lang and Michael Deacon Nosey. And David Lang, man, he's like a big guru dude, like a guru buster, a spiritualist, man, in like the academic world, right? But like he knows like Terry Mullis. Do you know who Terry Mullis is?
No.
Terry Mullis is the guy who made DNA evidence possible. Like he created the PCR machine that makes like being able to determine whether somebody's innocent on their DNA and all that shit plausible. And at first the team had hired Terry Mullis, right? And Terry Mullis said unequivocally that DNA was fucked up and is evidence that it was planted. Like it was completely fucked up.
Wow.
And he's the one that makes that shit possible.
Police plant shit all the time. It's like Wayne Cooper said when he trained the LA bomb squad. He said that they were at the bar and they were all just gloating about how they planted handguns on people or drugs. And even in my hometown, there was rumors of police planting drugs on people.
Yeah, because it's a come up, man. That's how you move up in ranks, man. You got like a lot of notches on your belt, a lot of arrests, a lot of closed cases and shit like that. So so who's the perfect victims for that in society, right? A group of people that no one values, a group of people who've already been smeared,
or people
who you've already conditioned people to believe are worthless, have low IQs, they're only good for crime.
Well, that's
right?
the thing is that,
So it's very easy to frame people like that because you already laid the groundwork to create the belief that would make that scenario acceptable.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's like my friend who's in prison for life because a crackhead tried to rob him. It's like the police couldn't nail him on dealing drugs, and so when he killed that crackhead that was trying to rob him, killed the crackhead with his own gun, that they gave him murder, and they let him sit in jail. You can only be in county jail for a year. They had him in there for 3 years without a case, which violates the due process clause, which states that
speedy trial, right to a speedy trial.
Yeah, you have the right to a speedy trial, and it sure as hell is supposed to be less than a year, and that they denied his due process, and once it's like in the court rules, if they break due process, all jurisdiction ceases to exist. But yeah,
the case is forfeited. It's improper. But they do that shit all the time to black people.
Yeah,
I know for a fact.
It's not just black people; it's poor people in general. I mean, in the city.
No, but it's easier on black people, man. It's easier because like the stigmatization, man. Like you got a whole media dedicated.
Well, they're
constantly projecting negative images of black people, man. I got the documents on it. That because that's the whole point, man.
Well,
when you have let me explain this to you real quick.
I believe you. But to back up what you're saying is that certain members of secret societies believe in racism, and that
most definitely.
Well, the police are all members of the Masonic Police Fraternal Order, And
You know, it's
that,
interesting you say that, man, because I saw a TikTok video where a police officer was talking about that. He was talking about all the levels, and before you can be this type of Mason, you got to be a Shriner first. He was going through all that shit.
yeah, that
It's
goes
because
back to
it's
the
because the elite, they actually believe that they descend from the Nephilim.
I believe it, man. It's
Well-
definitely it's a pathology, man, to even create something like that and think you, for one, to think you are in contact with some higher truth that other human beings don't have. And being in said contact with the higher truth gives you the right to manipulate these people, or to drive them into correct direction, for the good of all, dude. It's some really pathological, egotistical shit.
It also goes back to the time when the pagan gods walked the earth, and their children that were half gods or demigods were the mighty men of renown. They were the kings back then, so they still believe that if they have that DNA inside of them, that they have some kind of right to rule over us using religion and wealth, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, I've wondered theoretically if these bloodlines may have been important because perhaps their DNA was more easily accessible for like a demonic entity to enter their body.
That I think you're along the lines of something that's very true, but there's also the fact that they're lying too, because they actually come from one particular bloodline, or they're descendant from one deity, whereas the other people, like the people that lived in North America, they are descended from a different god, and the gods of old had bloodlines spawned from them. And that's why the eagle bloodlines are so crazy about killing all of the snake bloodlines, because they want total domination and power over them because of the god that they are spawned from. It's actually a war between two brothers that goes back into like pre-flood times.
Yeah, I think I know what you're referencing. The two brothers that one lived in the city and one lived in the forest.
It's the Vedic text, like the ones where there's like all these gods fighting and stuff like that, like the stuff that goes way back. Like
I was thinking about the Babylon one,
Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah,
that's what this is referencing. A war between two brothers. One brother born of light, the other of darkness, and you see it reflected in
Zoroastrianism too is like that. Hazura Mazda.
Yeah,
Abel.
Yep, that too. That's like a microcosm. That's like a microcosm of that.
Well, they say that
like it's displayed in human beings, like that same myth.
You could tell they covered up all the black people that were historical figures. They changed all the statues. They rubbed them out completely because they do.
You have to, man. You have to, man. In order to sustain a system like this, we have a group of people subjugated, man. You have to ensure that those people believe in your superiority. Otherwise,
yeah, exactly. Because like I was talking about how these people believe they're descendant from Nephilim and stuff like that, and they believe they're superior. But the truth is that they are not. They are just only one half of the equation.
Well, like the ruling elite, I think that they it's like they never want to have any conflict ever in general, but it makes me wonder though about how everybody's brainwashed into having a civil war, where that's what on both sides of the political spectrums, the two opposing red versus blue, they all want to have like a civil war, and they're all like aligned with these beliefs that where if they believe one thing, they have to believe all these other things, and that both sides are like fully aligned with these spectrums of these opposite things. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but because I'm not really a political person.
That goes back into the Hegelian dialectic stuff, or using mind control by creating false dichotomies and getting people to.
But that's Nietzsche. That's Nietzsche polemical. You know what I mean? That's what Nietzsche talks about. You know, like you have like ideals, just like in nature, where certain species battle out for like survival, you know what I mean, and resources, things like that. The same thing takes place with ideas. So you have these two opposing ideas, right? And you have them battle out. And through the battling of these two opposing, Nietzsche talks about the same thing. You know what I mean? Like you give rise to like this artwork, you create new things, but one of these groups eventually has to win out. The same with the ideas. So you let the ideas just battle them out. So you have the communists, and you have what you said like
the socialists.
And what you said, like you had two groups fighting. You had the communist and religious groups, right? Or capitalism, what you want to call it.
Yeah,
right?
That's one of them. That's one of those either or.
Yeah.
Like the red and the blue.
Yeah. But so you just throw the two ideas out there, just like the Democrat and Republicans. How like what they call it, people like lobbyists act, right? They donate to both parties, right? It doesn't matter which one wins, because whoever wins, you still win, because you have control over them. But what you're doing is just setting up the illusion, right? To give the people the idea that we have a choice. It's the illusion of choice. See, that's a mind trick too. Like I do it with my daughter all the time. On the small frame, I say shit to her like, you can clean up your room now, or you can clean it up an hour from now, right? Either way, she still has to clean the fucking room. But
that's exactly
but psychologically, right? It makes her think like she's getting something out of the deal.
Yeah.
It's like how they take all the taxes and then they're like, oh, you get a tiny bit back at the end of the year.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, exactly. That, it's all dark psychology, dude. And that's what I'm trying to get people to realize, man. Like we don't have free will. You can't have free will in society unless you deconstruct the shit out of it.
Yeah, well, the system.
Period, dude. And if you're not ready to deconstruct, especially when you're talking about, and this is what I've been calling. I know. Clint follows me now, and Daniel always follows me, and we talk quite a bit. That's this whole thing I'm doing now, where I'm calling people out on this decolonization shit, man. Like, you really understand what that means? You can't half do it. You know, because just, it's not about the land, it's about getting your mind back too. That they did certain things to your mind. They brainwashed you a certain way. They took away your ability to love yourself. The ability to see yourself first. Are people who look like you is beautiful, right? So when you're telling me you're concerned with decolonization and you're not confronting that, you're either hypocritical or ignorant.
Oh yeah. It's like how the word institutionalized. It's like we have to deinstitutionalize ourselves from the system of this corrupt world, basically. Where it's like a
and that's what they talk about, like in Zen, and anytime that you're trying in the real world, in the Western world and just in the capitalist society in general, it's about accumulation of knowledge, right? But then when you walk on the spiritual path and you're trying to obtain like a certain level of enlightenment, or you're trying to attain some type of like mental and spiritual freedom, it's about unlearning, unpacking, letting go, releasing shit that's not serving you.
Well, like,
and this will be a more controversial statement, but I feel like when you look at the occult and what they might call the right-hand path, or becoming very religious, versus a person that's like a so-called like dark occultist and this and that, those are also kind of two opposing viewpoints. And really the truth is in the middle, like even in this particular category, because you do have light in the dark and you have dark in the light, and just because somebody's interested in the occult or learning about things from the past or getting into magic and stuff like that, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're evil or anything like that. The Vatican and the Catholic religion, it has just as much magic as you'll find anywhere else, and you're really just looking at the exoteric version of the same thing.
It's like the modern the modern system. It's like if you read that book the two Babylons, where it's like the Babylon religion is being practiced in Rome by the Vatican, and that they turn Jesus into Tammuz, and they turn the Virgin Mary into Semiramis, or the
Yeah,
mother of
well,
Mary.
100%, 100%. Because people don't realize, if you study the history correctly, right? Because it's all with Constantine's conversion, right? His conversion was a power grab. He's
Yeah,
seen it as a strategic opportunity to win over the masses.
yeah, yeah,
And people don't understand that shit, man. Because when you go to the etymological root of the word religion anyway, it comes from the Greek Latin word religio, which means to bind and control, basically. So religion binds people because it gives people a shared faith. That's why, because like going to church in and of itself is a ritual, even if you're not paying attention. Just waking up every day, you're dressed in a certain attire that's supposed to be fitting and honorable, and decent for going in the house of God. You go with all these different people and your neighbors and shit like that, man. That's a ritual. That's what binds you together, binds you with other people,
oh yeah.
right?
Yeah,
And
I
then
totally
that
agree with that.
binding controls you because the flock that you're in will police your behavior, right? So if they see you, if
Yeah.
you're married and and because you don't want your reputation to be, fucked off, right? You won't be seen every day walking home from work or walking Susie, you know what I mean, the spinster, to the store every day and dishonoring your wife and shit like that, dude. So that's all that shit is. So then you have like a group of people who agree to a certain set of rules and values, and then we police one another and make sure that everyone is abiding by that particular moral code that we all kind of agree on, either verbally or through conduct. By conduct, I mean participating in that ritual, going to church every day and calling
Yeah.
oneself a Christian.
If you look at the roots of it, well put, by the way, but if you look at the roots of it and how the religion of the Gnostics and the early Christians, they were all these like little cults, and then the way that the Constantine, took on the religion and made it like the religion of the people. At first, this stuff was coming from the Ophites and the Gnostics and the serpent cults. That's why you have a lot of that serpent imagery going on at the time that we don't really talk much about today. Jesus, his lineage came from this same bloodline. So to me, that tells me that the early Christians were the good guys. Christ is one of the good guys because he's coming from this like snake side of things. And the whole snake thing, it's very dualistic. Like you have a lot of evil that's attributed to snakes, and a lot of these brotherhoods were obviously taken over. Maybe by the Bavarian Illuminati, maybe it happened long before that. But that whole story of the religion of Christianity or the Gnostics being taken and turned into the state religion, it was basically taking something very complicated and kind of like dumbing it down, because inside of the Bible, there's literally a code in there.
Yeah.
And not only is there like a numerical code, but all the symbology and stuff like that is a code in itself. Like to even construct the thing, you'd have to be some kind of genius or a group of geniuses.
Yeah. The
I just went off like,
gematria
made
of
like
it.
very little sense.
Oh no, I totally was floating with it. The gematria that I was gonna say the alchemists gloat. I believe the alchemists gloat about their conquering of the Christian religion by their symbol of the lead to gold, by when the religion took the Sabbath day, which was on Saturday, and they turned the Sabbath into Sunday, and Saturday is the symbol of lead and Sunday is the symbol of gold, and then the anomaly of the crucifixion is that it says in the Bible that he died on the Sabbath, and the Sabbath was Saturday, but the modern churches claim that it's Sunday. They all worship the Antichrist, the Antichristos. they're worshiping the false, perverted image of the original. I'm not even a religious person. I'm just going by the rhetoric of what the religion says, where it says that there will be people that will alter and change the religion and pervert it.
Yeah, I think that's like really key. And even if you look in like Revelations, it talks a lot about how the bad guys per se at the end, they are a copy. There's so much, even the word like Antichrist itself, it's an anti, like a duplicate.
Yeah.
And it constantly talks about false Jews over and over and over. Like it's people pretending to be something they're not and taking the religion, beliefs, and faith of the good guys and perverting and twisting it. Like it's clear as day.
Yeah, the false Jews could be equated to the British royal family and how the British royal family, they made the protocols of the elders of Zion, and that was they practiced Kabbalism in like a perverted form of. It's like they think the German people in the royal palace who are German descent, who aren't English, who rule over England, that they believe that they are Jewish according to their British Israelism religion. William Cooper does episodes about that where.
Well, some people say they're converts, so if I convert to religion, I'm that, because it's technically a religion that has but like all religions, a certain group of people created that religion. So it does have, when you have concepts of race, the way we see it now, when we have a concept of race, that a race of people, certain group race of people created this religion, or was at least the people who introduced this religion to the world. Like people like overly complicate this shit. It's not complicated.
Well, it's
what I mean? Like it has elements
about it. Well, Christianity, or at least the bad form of Christianity, in my opinion, not the original good one that kind of spawned the whole thing before the bad guys took it over in the Byzantine Empire and all that. But that version was forced on a dark-skinned indigenous people all across the world. Like when you think it's being forced on people, how could that possibly be good?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I tell people all the time, man. It goes back to decolonization too, man. Like when a beauty standard is forced on you, when self-hate is forced on you, just in virtue of that being the product of that relationship or that type of love, it's automatically tainted. It can't be trusted because it's the result of manipulation and what some might call black magic. That shit's black magic. Like religion is an aspect of black magic if misused. When you have priests using their authority and their religious, they're kind of like their religious sort of ambiance, this little aura they give off of being super spiritual to manipulate people or have sex with boys or what's the other part? Somebody kind of distracted me right now.
Eat flesh and drink blood.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying though, like when you have situations like that where you have like things that are being forced on you, and it's just a kind of black magic where you manipulate. I give you an example, like they have shit where you have some preachers like telling women like I can cure you of these demons, but my semen has you do like a sacrament. And I need to put my semen in you, to fight the evil spirits. When you like motherfuckers really do that shit.
Yeah, I've heard that happening. I agree 100%. It's definitely manipulation, and there's a lot.
And you know what? You can't sue for rape either. Did you know that? Because you consented to it. There's a case, man, I learned in law school, dude, about a doctor, right? Who woman who had like kind of like a rare. I'm sorry, somebody keeps distracting me.
Yeah.
And we're crazy. I'm sorry, man. We're basically.
I gotta sample that.
Yeah. We're basically the doctor said, you have this rare disease, and there is a cure, because I have certain like antibodies in my sperm that can cure you. So if you have sex with me, my sperm and the antibodies in my sperm, right, will cure your disease. The woman has sex with the doctor. This is a real case. Realized he was lying, right? Took him the case for rape. And the court said it's not rape because you knew he was having sex. He didn't lie to you.
Girl,
He just kind of tricked
need
you into
my
having sex with him.
My antibodies.
Yeah.
But you knew you were having sex with him. He didn't force you. He didn't tell you had to do it. You gave him consent.
But when you think about it, that happens all the time where guys like guilt their girlfriends and wives into having sex with them.
Well, I think that the part of the satanic agenda, which Nesta Webster talks about in the book, was how the Illuminati targeted women, and that in the French Revolution, the women were empowered through feminist ideas, and that it was part of their way to destroy the culture. It's like the Vatican, they make missions in other countries, and the mission is to convert all the people into their religion. And Adam Weishaupt, the Illuminati Bavarian guy, he was part of the mission of converting the masses, and that he was part of the Catholic Roman mission, the Babylon Empire, world government.
Yeah, if you look at history, like even recent history, up until the 1970s, it was legal for a man to rape his wife.
Yeah. Based on the context. On the context. On the context. That's a fact. I'm sorry.
What was that? I thought he was responding to me. I think he was talking to somebody else.
I thought he was going to say that's a fact.
So I'm talking to you and getting back to people too. I'm sorry. Let me put this on.
No, the conversation kind of flowed. That's why it was tripping me out.
My phone is going dead, and I have like a short in my iPhone, so I gotta lean it a certain way with the cord plugged in.
All right, guys. Actually, it's 4:21. I don't want to go more than like 4.5 hours. So let's kind of do our goodbyes, our final words for the night. Dr. Robert, why don't you go ahead and go first since your phone's dying?
Okay. Okay. Like I said, like we have to start picking leaders who are more consistent in the things they say. Like we have to make sure that their actions match their words and that they understand the beliefs that they're espousing. That will save us a lot of heartache and pain in choosing the correct leaders. Also, like I said, back ALC right now has the best pattern right now where they're like activism / political work, because the things she's doing in New York and her community in the Bronx, man, are really helpful and they're benefiting everyone. So really give her a chance. And we need more politicians like that. Also get rid of AIPAC, funded, career politicians and rich motherfuckers who are out of touch with our experience. Let's take our country back by getting rid of all the people we know for a fact fucked it up. And that's on both sides. Peace. I love everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. Let's move on to you, Clint. Your final words.
I have my final words are part of a definition and then part of another thing about. I guess I'll just start. This is a part of a definition from the Masonic Encyclopedia under mysteries, ancient. Each of the pagan gods, says Warburton, had besides the public and open a secret worship paid to him, to which none were admitted but those who had been selected by preparatory ceremonies called initiation. This secret worship was termed the mysteries, and this is supported by Strabo, who says that it was common both to the Greeks and the barbarians to perform their religious ceremonies with the observance of a festival, and that they are sometimes celebrated publicly and sometimes in mysterious privacy. Bohemian Grove. Noel thus defines them secret ceremonies which were practiced in honor of certain gods and whose secret was known to the initiates alone, who were admitted only after long and painful trials, which it was more than their life was worth to reveal. And see, this has to do with the satanic conspiracy, because the highest, the Illuminati Masons were satanic priests. And that this is an article from I can't remember what it's from, but I got it in my computer, but it's also on my phone. And then it's on Black Mass in the series of articles entitled "The Cause of World Unrest." So that's a Nasta Webster book. So this possibly might be from Nasta Webster, which have recently been appearing in the Morning Post. The name of Albert Pike occurs several times. Though not much informative is given about him, the article appearing on June 15, he is spoken of as the sovereign pontiff of universal Freemasonry. Quotations are given from a letter which is alleged to have been written by Albert Pike, assisted by 10 ancients of the Grand Lodge of the Supreme Orient at Charleston, to the illustrious brother Giuseppe Mazzini. This letter is dated August 15th, 1871, and sets forth an anti-clerical policy which Mazzini is to follow in Italy. Then it does a quote from the letter: "The multitude disillusioned of Christianity, thirsty for an ideal, will receive true light by the universal manifestation of the pure Luciferian doctrine, at last made public, a manifestation which will arise from the..." I've talked about that part of the letter, but the next quote, it's talking about the white masses, and then the hosts are said to turn black. It's kind of like at the beginning of halfway through a paragraph where I'm starting, but so I don't have to read a bunch. But there they solemnize the white mass, which is the Roman ritual recited backwards. The hosts are said to turn black with the veritable presence of Lucifer, when the elect priestess who carries a chasuble with a cross downwards pronounces the words "Intriobi ad alter diatemi maximi." It is, and then it says, "It is said that Lucifer manifests himself in the person to his worshippers upon the triangular altar at Charleston." Because remember, I read the other one about the Black Mass and Albert Pike and Charleston, and that it is said to have been. Damn it! I skipped part of it. The ritual of the white mass is an extract from the book called Apadno, Apadno, which is buried under the altar at Charleston. It is said to have been written in green ink by Lucifer himself, signed with his autograph, and given to him to Albert Pike, the first Luciferian anti-pope. And then let's see. Here's another part of on only a year ago, a curious case was reported in the Parisian press in which a child who had been kidnapped declared on its rescue that its captors had made it attend a service in a chapel where the cross was placed upside down on the altar, with many other details which left little doubt that it had been abducted by Satanists who, for the purpose of initiation into horrible rites of their degraded worship. Can this case be identified? In an article entitled "The Real Lucifer," the Westminster Gazette, February 16th, 1896. A distinction is drawn between the Satanists and the worshippers of Lucifer. Luciferianism has its supreme directory at Charlton in the United States, its executive committee at Rome, and its administrative in Berlin. And then it says, its ulterior objects are not, as has been thought by some, the mere acquirement of political power, but the de-Christianization of the entire world. The Luciferians do not claim to have special power in Paris. They have there, however, two churches, one in the Rue Rochechouart, and damn it, and the damn it, I think I fucked up the but then the next quote, the real devil worshippers are, however, the most topical French sect of this latter days. Their puzzling profanity is now a matter of grave study. Their temples are in the Rue of Jacob, the Rue of Rochechouart, and within a few yards of the Pantheon. Only the initiates are admitted. The bishops of Grenoble, Versailles, and Orleans have thought it necessary to issue pastorals ordering their clergy to guard the tabernacles in their churches from profanation. Not long ago, a service of reparation was reformed at Notre Dame because the consecrated hosts were stolen from the side chapel. The silver gilt ciborium in which they were placed was left behind, so that it was made clear that the act was not that of a vulgar thief. So far, no priest has joined their ranks, and the fact presumably accounts for the stealing consecrated waters. But damn, that was part of the
we better draw it to a close.
Yeah, I guess. Damn it! It goes on to talk about the exorcism, and damn it, I think I bit off more than I could chew. For
no worries. That's actually a perfect spot for us to continue next time, and then you can keep going. But Clint, appreciate you coming on, buddy. I'd like to go longer, but these shows are just getting too long, so we want people to listen to them. So we better stop there.
Yeah, well, just to say what the book was: Notes and Queries, July 31st, 1920. Awesome. Just if anybody wants to Google it, Black Mass was the head of the title, I believe.
Yeah, that's interesting stuff, man. Luciferianism.
Also, oh yeah. And also, just listen to Wayne Cooper. There was a quote he did the other day when I was listening to an episode. He said, if I get killed, and he's always doing this in his episodes, talking about his own death and shit. But he's like, if I get killed, I want you to take my episodes and rebroadcast them over and over and play them over and over. And then he's like, because that's the goddamn only truth you'll ever hear. And it's like, holy shit. I was blown away. I was like, man, no shit. Like, that's
he went down swinging. He went down with a fight.
It's because ever since I heard the episodes, all I've been doing is listening to him the last 15 years. Fucking trying to learn.
I mean, he's the man that predicted 9/11.
Oh yeah. It's like everybody's like, why him? Why him? And it's like, well, he was an intelligence officer at 10,000 or 40,000 strong intelligence agency. He was in Vietnam and suffered through war and stuff. He did things that no other conspiracy host can say that they've done. That's why he's different.
That's what confuses me about a lot of like this reptilian David Icke shit. I mean, on one hand, it seems to be kind of directly in line with all this stuff, but then on the other hand, it's like it almost kind of makes it into a mockery. Like he's just kind of taking things that are true and then making it into like aliens.
Oh yeah, I don't trust David Icke because just the simple fact that he claimed to be Jesus.
Oh yeah. the
But
blue and the rainbow ski suit or tracksuit, whatever that was.
that video. But
Yeah.
it's like William Cooper only said stuff he could 100% verify on the radio. And in one of the episodes, somebody's like, "Oh, I got a picture of some grays I can send you," and he's like, "Well, I got piles of them." You know, and it's like he didn't talk about the stuff that he couldn't, 100% verify. And I believe that he knew about supernatural entities that people were mistaking as aliens. And
But he was also talking about UFOs coming out of the water that were like the size of cities.
yeah, that particular one, he says him and two of his fellow Navy crew seen it, and then he said that they were debunked, or they told the highest ranking officer, and then they were debriefed over and over. They would be asked what they seen, and they would tell the truth every time. And then he said after like 12 hours of that, he said, "I didn't see anything," and then he was let go.
That's funny.
And the conspiracy, though,
you figured out the correct words. You can go now.
Yeah, it's like his first video speech, where it's like the oldest one. It's really shitty quality. It's he talks about a Navy treaty with the Greys that he read about in the top secret files, where they were allowed to pick people up. Just the fact that, if it is some kind of psychological warfare, what is it doing in there? And then, but on the other hand, if it's real, what are they hiding from us? What are they really buying with all that money that they farm from us? It's like it's like there was resources that disappeared the last 4 years, where there was clear indication that they were building something.
I can see there being reptilians, like they could be like some kind of pre-Adamic race or some kind of Nephilim bloodline or something like that. But I don't think that there's just like way more to it than these like, the reptilian empire from Alpha Draconis, or they say they're like from Orion.
Well, even just at minimum, there's a secret religion that's controlling the world and enslaving us. That's at minimum.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's safe to say that there is a human conspiracy, and then there is I guess you could use the word extraterrestrial or spiritual or extra dimensional hierarchy on top of it. That's, the evidence is all there. The blood rituals, the deities,
in the French manuscripts, the French occult books are the best you could find. It's hard to read French, but I know Latin some, so I can read it. But in the French books, they depict the ceremonies being done in the secret societies, and the devil literally showing up, a goat figure.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Like supposedly he eats dinner with the Rothschilds once a year.
Yeah, like the idea of a human manifesting an animal form, that's not an uncommon, that's a common thing in cultures. Whereas in the Amazon jungle, the witch doctor can change into Terrence McKenna says at one ayahuasca ceremony, the witch doctor turns into a monkey, and that the idea that these people are manifesting some sort of reptile,
Sure. In the world of witchcraft, they call that transfiguration, when like the witch's face starts looking all ugly. That's why they say witches are ugly, because when they take in evil spirits, their noses get longer, their chins get longer, and they get this like evil sort of demonic underlay of their normal features.
Yeah, like on Morrowind or something, or I don't remember which game it was. Skyrim, if you go good or evil, your face look different.
Have you ever seen the old, I think it's like an early 90s or late 80s horror movie called Warlock?
I'm pretty sure.
Well, it's
Absolutely.
about this like male witch or warlock that's going around and killing people, and in part of the movie, he's using a spell, and the spell is to like take like a baby, a sacrificed baby or a dead child, and use its fat to make like a potion that allows them to fly. I found out that's actually real.
Well, they did something with a dead body at the or a dead baby at the one of the nuclear tests with Jack Parsons. Chris Everard documents that one too, where I mean I don't remember how good he documented it, but I've heard other people talk about the subject of they put like a dead baby at ground zero of the detonations of nukes, and like
Whoa,
it's
that's
some type of
weird.
ceremony, like in a ceremonial fashion, where it's like the occult is so fucked up to whereas William Cooper, when he said he was broadcasting at Waco, he said that and keep in mind that 50% of the people at Waco were black. You know, it wasn't just white people getting slaughtered, but like he said that when they after the people were burned, he said that the agents all bowed to the fire. And he talks about it in this episode called Initiates of the Flame. And that, you know, and he talks about different groups burning their enemies. And like it's really bizarre because there was another secret society in Canada and Switzerland that were around the same time. They were found with their temples burned, and they were all executed, shots to the back of the head. It was like the order of the I can't remember the name of it, but it's like the
there's definitely a war going on. It's very hard to tell exactly who are the good guys and who are the bad guys, but the fact that these people are always fighting and assassinating each other, that tells you one thing. And I think another clue is a lot of people see these like so-called UFO battles in the sky, stuff like that, UFOs fighting. I think that that's an indication that there's something going on behind the scenes, and there's got to be some good guys out there if these UFOs are fighting each other.
I'm not sure, but I think that the UFOs and the Nazis and the occult, it's all connected to whereas the you know, it's like the Nazis called their killing of the Jews a Holocaust, and in Hebrew that means a burnt offering. And then when they nuked Japan, they said the same word, Holocaust. You know, and it's like, why did they use that word? And it's like Jordan Maxwell pounding in your head saying words mean things.
Words mean things. I like that.
You know, it's like they're using these words for reasons, and that
yeah, he's a quote machine, Jordan Maxwell.
Yeah, he was it's like he says so much of the same stuff, but then he always throws in something you never heard. And so it's like you're forced to listen to his same spiel over and over again with different parts of it more alluded to.
Yeah, but it's fascinating as this is. We got to finally call the close.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's been quite a while. It's pretty grueling being on talking for so long.
Yeah. But hey, appreciate it, man. I'll talk to you offline.
Oh yeah, later.
Peace. That was Clint Aestwood. Hard to hang up on the guy. I mean, he goes on these tangents and he talks about some interesting shit, and then other topics come up. And we go deeper and deeper with him. And we end up, next thing we know, it's 5 hours. But we do gotta draw things to a close. I mean, 4 hour show, that's pretty long, and a 5 hour show, that's probably too long. We want people to be able to get through this show without you know, having to listen to a 6 hour marathon. So as much as I would like to go deeper into the night and keep going and going and going, I probably could do it, especially if I'm assisted by caffeine. It's just better if we keep it at least around that yeah, he says heavy duty. We didn't even really take a break. Not really. but it's considering that like a normal radio show is about 3-4 hours and half of that is commercials. We're literally doing over twice as much as a normal radio host, and part of it's because it's so fun. I just get captivated and carried away by it. The energy just kind of gets in me and I feel good, and we're talking about what I'm interested in, so it's really easy to go over time, whereas the rest of my life it's just I'm looking at the clock and it's just ticking, tick tick tick. Oh, I can't wait until it's Friday and time to do another show. Tick tick. it's it's terrible. Really quick, I'm just gonna run through some notes I have. Let's do sports real quick. Taylor Swift, she's getting booed. People are apparently tired of the whole Taylor Swift Travis Kelce relationship. Apparently, they have their own subreddit, so there's a lot of people that are into the relationship and a lot of people that completely hate it. But make note, Taylor Swift is now getting booed. Booed. How do you think that makes her feel? Moving over to the world of pro wrestling, AEW might lose their TV deal to WWE. It seems that TBS or TNT, Turner, Warner Broadcasting, whatever, they like the results they're getting with AEW, but they think they can get even more if they bring on WWE, which just lost their deal with Fox, which is a network that is on normal network television as opposed to cable. So WWE is back on cable, and Warner Broadcasting is interested, which is threatening AEW, who might lose their TV deal because of this. And if they are not able to pick up a new one, that pretty much means that any chance of them actually growing or getting as big as a company like WWE are pretty much down the drain. So keep your eye on that one. The MLB, moving on to the world of baseball, it looks like that they are shaving even more time off the pitch clock. It's not good enough just to have a really fast game. They want it to get done even quicker. They're trying to get more young people to watch. I think the pitch clock is okay. I liked it. A fast game, there's nothing wrong with that. You don't want to be sitting there all day. But is that really the issue? To me, I think it's more about these same teams always win every year because their owners pump more money into the team, as opposed to a sport like football where there's a salary cap. I think that if various cities around the country actually felt like they had a chance of winning, things might be different. So they might want to look at that instead. Good numbers tonight, lots of viewers. I see a lot more people coming in through Twitter, which I think is awesome. Saw a lot of familiar faces from Twitter bridging over here. I think that that's evidence of some major growth once again. More and more people are watching the live show. I think our viewership has probably doubled in the last few shows, which is great. If it keeps doing that, who knows what could happen. But very glad to see so many people making it over here for the live program. And please, if you like this show, please come to the live show. It's usually going to be on a Friday, 3 o'clock to 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Why not come to the live show where you could actually interact? You could even hop on here with us if you want. I post the link in the little, shout out to Andy from Pod Trash. I do these shows, and when you guys are in the chat, whatever, you could easily just jump on here with us because I put a little link in there. So if you like this show and you support this show, if you want to take it to the next level, come to the live show, at least hang out in the chat with us, comment, ask questions from the chat, at least try it. That's all I'm asking. Give it a try. Come hang out. Comment, don't comment. You just watch it. We'll just lend us your energy, your psychic energy. Help feed Logan, the psychic vampire, because he is very, very hungry. That's pretty much all I got. I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about Gaza, but that's just all over the place nowadays. I don't think we need to hear, and we talk about that every week. I don't think we need to sit here and Talk about Gaza. We all know the score. It's depressing. Uh, somebody asked me if I was against sorcery. I Again, it depends. If you're doing a positive type of magical act, like you're manifesting weight loss or success in your life, or a relationship, or something of that nature. I mean, that's not evil. Or if you're doing scrying or remote viewing or something like that, I don't see why you would say that's evil. But if you are doing things to infants, like we talked about earlier, obviously there's a big difference. These things are world apart. I think that there's duality everywhere, and that includes the occult world and the magical world, where you have the good and you have the bad. Like in football, you have good fans, you have bad fans. You have nice players, and you have players that do dirty shit, and the list goes on and on. Um, I don't think that I would consider myself against sorcery. I think that magic is a slippery slope, and you can become addicted to it and consumed by it and feel powerful, and that can corrupt you. You can also be corrupted by entities, things like that, especially if you get into the more like bloody type of stuff, I guess you could call it. But I don't think that any type of magic or soothsaying or astrology or palm reading, and I think that stuff's fine. If you can make a living doing that shit, then power to you, because you still have to sit there and work and have people stick their sweaty ass dirty palms in front of you. They probably just got done rubbing one out in the bathroom. They come out there and show you their palm, and you got to sit there and smell their stinky hands and read their palms. That's work, right? You're working. It's not wrong. Like, you're not, unless you're like way overcharging them. I think you're okay. That's the way I see it. I guess my view of things has changed quite a bit over the years. But I would love to like have some kind of business where I just have like 5 booths set up, and there's palm readers in each one. And because we're reading so many palms, we can keep the price cheap for the masses. And we'll have one of those old crusty machines. You stick the quarters in, and it's like an old hag witch, and it turns to you and it hands you a note, and your features on the note. Remember, they used to have crazy shit like that at carnivals. I'd love to have a whole room full of those. Hopefully, it doesn't scare the shit out of me. But I'm ready to sign off. I've had fun tonight, but once again, we went way over time. I was trying to keep it 3.5 to 4.5 hours. It's 4 hours and 52 minutes. That's the time we're logging right now. So I'm sorry. Time for my outro. Night has fallen and there are vampires in the fog. Time for me to call it a night. This is Daniel signing off from the Emerald City. Have a good night, everybody. Cue that outro music. Oh, yeah.